Welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. Okay, welcome once again to another show here. We've been running for almost, about 6 years continuously every week with the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. And we have a variety of topics that we get into during the show, and I never know really what's going to come up because that's the way I play things here. And so we usually begin the show by asking if anyone has anything that they'd like to contribute, any projects they've been working on, or questions, comments, or otherwise to begin today's show. And so I put that out there to start with. And usually I get a null response. So I have to put the pressure on here. And I'm going to bring up something from Mark that he had before, and I don't think we properly presented. So I wanted to show a little project that Mark was working on. And I'm hoping that he might be able to tell us something about it as well. So let's have a look here.
Like that.
What do you think, Mark? Does that look familiar?
Yes. I see some intentions in there.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, explain some things about it. We see some familiar looking objects there, namely, I can see ping pong balls, I can see straws, I can see what appears to be nails, and possibly some hot glue. Can you tell us about this? What's the secret?
Can you see the free plasma?
That's actually the trick question. I shouldn't have been looking at the balls, straws, and nails. It's all about looking at the fields and feeling the fields. But,
okay, and attracting other free plasmas. So, well, thanks for bringing this up, unbeknownst to me. But it's sitting on the table. It's sitting on another table. I've been thinking, after hearing Ton from Vietnam, and even before hearing from Ton, I was thinking of loading these balls with my intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so much so that I'm not sure which or what is going into what ball. But the intention of the object itself is to prevent small rodents, small insects from, say, not harassing people, but to not be in the presence of this unit. Now, I was thinking of loading a CUO into these units, as I hear the gentleman from Vietnam doing so many things with his reactors, even his reactors of peace. Apparently, they're very powerful. But when he says he does name a GANS, but he puts it in there with his intentions. I've never really debated exactly what sort of GANs I want in here, but I was thinking the CUO. And then in the Farsi meeting, we did see Chow from China show a solution of a pest or an insect sort of deterrent, which he showed in a bottle. I'm not sure what it was. It looked sort of orange or had a tinge of a copper color to it. But I don't think it would be straight copper. I didn't get to ask. But anyway, I think these things can be loaded with your intentions. And the free plasma would form somewhere between the 3 balls on the bottom and the ball on top. But I do think it's important to know what I'm going to load in there, not just my intentions, or maybe it isn't, not just my intentions to create an entity that would interrupt that. Now, I know on occasion, or a couple occasions, I heard Mr. Keshe say, when wanting to dispel insects, you needed to take some of the insects and I guess live and make a GANs out of them. I thought we could do things without killing or harming anything. However, apparently it does work better if you do use some of a plant or some of the offending pest into a GANs material. I don't know if you heard that as well, Rick.
I don't remember anything about live bugs and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Conceivably,
Yeah.
I could think of using dead bugs. Why not use dead bugs as far as that goes? And maybe that would have the same genetic material.
Possibly. Although, yeah, the soul wouldn't be in there. If they were there, obviously the soul would be gone and you're just left with the physicality of the thing. But
Okay.
anyway, it's just some thoughts. And I was thinking of Ton earlier again, and he seems to be, and maybe this is one of the teachers Mr. Keshe talked about in the past about bringing in. He seems to be moving past the level of matter state in so many different ways, let's say.
Yeah. Well, also our friend Gianni has lots to say about those kinds of things as well. And I'm thinking, what about if you approached it differently, that instead of having it as a rodent and pest repellent, you had it as a rodent and pest elevator, let's say, to elevate these pests so that they get what they need and they won't bother you for whatever they need. In other words, provide for their hungers or for their physicality so they don't seek out a particular area for infestation. So they're usually there for the food or fun of some sort.
Right. I know when a gentleman asked Mr. Keshe about the foxes taking the ducks or something, and you know, I guess he was using a plasma culture there as well, but he said apparently let the foxes get their share and you'll still have more than enough, like the harvest in the agriculture with the birds. The birds can get their share and more, and you'll still have more than you had without using the plasma technology. And so the other beings could get their share as well. That's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's sort of Johnny's point of view as well, but he does have a balance in the environment in terms of he's got cats, for example, that would probably take care of the rodents, and um, the environment he creates invites birds and other things that might take care of the bugs and insects and so on as well. But he says he doesn't deliberately kill the insects, and he doesn't, you know, deliberately interfere with the whole microsystem. But he does have lots of GANs balls and infinity loops spread through his environment.
Right, and I was extending this or using an extension into the 5-cup system where I was thinking, gee, do we need wires to connect the cups? Shouldn't it be wireless? Shouldn't the system be sort of connected in a plasmatic way? Do we need a copper wire to do it, or is this just if we don't have a copper wire, then it's not working because none of the cups are connected because we're so physical? We need the wire, or do we need the salt even? These are some of the things that have been going through my mind, and I haven't added any salt to my 5-stacker system yet. I'm just keeping it there, seeing what sort of interactions I get without any salt. The wires are connected, but it's the same principle, moving past the idea of that we need to have the matter state with the GANs in these balls. By just putting the intentions in there, I think if they're strong enough, and I have reloaded these repeatedly with that intention, but not specifically with a certain GANs or what have you, but with the intention. And then I thought recently, gee, I really need to test this. Although I haven't seen, even though I have 2 cats in this house, I've seen evidence, meaning droppings of mice in the basement and the garage. But lately I haven't. And the thing is in the, let's say on the 1st floor level. So rather than putting a GANs in here, I'm putting intentions in here and letting them interact to achieve. But yes, allowing them to be here as well, I don't think is a bad thing. I was allowing them here before, so to speak. I wasn't putting mouse traps or poison or other deterrents, let's say, that conventionally people would use. So I'm just walking around here looking for something. So yes, I think Ton has given us a ton of encouragement, let's say.
Yeah. He had a lovely presentation in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace earlier today in my local time, or yesterday in CET time.
Oh, yes, we. Go ahead. Sorry.
So people might want to check into that. It's probably about a half-hour presentation he did on various aspects of the teachings that he is into that helps him with his agricultural arrangements. Part of that is the Keshe teachings, and part of it is some other organic agricultural practices, and as well as other spiritual practices that he incorporates. So definitely people can check that out. And he had part 1 of his presentation last week's One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace as well.
It almost makes you want to move to Vietnam and join him, or create your own condition similar to that.
Yes, definitely. Yep. Well, there's been quite a few instances of people that have been using the plasma technology for growing things for agricultural use, and it's quite interesting to see the different techniques and the way people envision to use it. There's a fellow in Canada who has a large acreage of farm, and he was spraying his crops with GANs water in this huge spray apparatus that you drag behind a tractor, and it sprays over, I don't know, probably 10 meters or wide or something like that. And yeah, that's sort of a big way to do things. But others
But
just
rather,
more passive means, or individual plants one at a time, just treating them with GANs or GANs water or some other GANs balls, various ways. Go ahead.
no,
I
but
got
rather
it.
than,
Oh.
go ahead.
I got a friend for over 3 years, about 4 years now. He's been spraying the tea and yerba mate crops with Gans water every week with the tractor sprayer, and he has had no problems with pests or problems with what do you call it, the temperatures or whatever. Because the yerba mate, if the climate is not proper, they lose the leaves, these trees or plants, and he hasn't lost a single leaf for over 3 years now.
But this
And
idea of the star formation is in the whole concept of the creation in the plasma technology. I had been reviewing what Mario had suggested, which was the health workshop number 7. And I think it's entitled There's a Poem Within the Periodic Table. Rick, I think you were there for that recording.
Yes, I think so.
And the other thing was, I was going to say, rather than show this, why don't you ask me if I've made a plasma battery?
Okay. Mark, have you made a plasma battery?
I'm glad you asked, Rick. No, I haven't, but I was going to ask you the same question. I actually have wound some coils and I've nano coated them using the caustic method. And this is going to be a simple plasma battery, which is a coil inside a coil separated by some tissue paper with GANs and a wrapping of aluminum foil. Mr. Keshe called it a super plasma battery. We're going to make a 4-pack of that and see if we can light an LED light, as lighting could become critical these days. The love of light, or the life of light?
What
The
do you
joy
mean?
of having a light in case power goes out.
Yes.
So I don't know, Rick, have you ever made a plasma battery? I know the answer should be yes.
Well, I fiddled around with them a bit many years ago, but I never really pursued it to come up with some good tests for voltages and that kind of thing.
It looks rather simple, as most of Mr. Keshe's teachings appear to be on the surface, but when you get into them, they seem to be a little more difficult.
Well, that's the whole thing about nanotechnology in general. You can see some very simple processes. People dip things in, outside of the Keshe Foundation, and nanotechnology is one of the fastest growing areas in science. And it's a multi-billion, up into the trillions of dollars a year business now. And many things are nano-coated in various ways. And there's all kinds of exotic techniques and some fairly simple techniques as well. And most of the time they like to make them exotic because then they can have a patent for them and have a company that has their exclusive rights to that particular technique and so on and so forth. But so they might create a special surface that you would think, well, it just made that material black, or maybe you can't even see it. Some of the new nanomaterials, they have a carbon coating. It's they call it a diamond-like coating, DLC, and it's so tough and hard, but yet it's also invisible. You can't see it. It's very thin, but it's enough that it can protect paint. It can protect bare steel from corroding and this kind of thing. So it's you know, a specialized coating, and if we were to magnify it and look at it, you would see how special it is. But to someone, you know, coming from the stone ages of 50 years ago, you would think, well, that's nothing special. That can't do anything special. But yet we have amazing coatings, things for parts of batteries and for newer types of motors and whatnot that that all have different nano coatings that are highly specialized and make them better for temperature, better for some sort of corrosion protection or some sort of advantage to that particular nano coating. So you get back into trying to create a nano coating with caustic. Well, there's it's very simple, like you say, and to create the ganses and put them on the coil and create this little battery thing. But yet, what happens on the nano level? What's actually going on? Where is the exchange of energy happening? And how can it be optimized so that if you were to look at that through a specialized kind of microscope, that you would be able to see basically what's going on there and be able to go, oh, okay, I can make my nano coating thicker and then I can increase the voltage that way, or maybe some other process in between putting the GANs on. Just before the GANs goes on, you heat it to a certain temperature, or maybe some other process where you have some other material that's like that in between material that's able to make the one layer interact with the other layer. And that's, you know, there's lots as far as that goes. People have been working on batteries and trying to keep the battery electrodes from corroding and so on for, well, a couple hundred years or something. And they're still having issues and still trying to optimize that whole process. So this whole thing of nano coating is becoming more and more important. And as well, I think we'll find that the stuff that Mr. Keshe has shown us over the past years will become more and more important. And there'll be groups and companies that'll take part of that teaching and take it all the way out, optimize it to its extreme, and probably create some sort of battery or energy system or transmutation system to transmute elements. There's a lot that can be done with that nano coating world.
Right, and with this particular device here, I use caustic to nano coat these 4-inch copper spikes that are used to kill trees. These are spikes, solid copper, that are sold, let's say, on Amazon or anywhere you can find them. And they're normally used to poison a tree in the matter state. Now, Mr. Keshe said when you make your devices, you want to keep it isolated from the fields of the earth. And so one thing I learned was the caustic nano coating is much more durable than the fire coating, although the fire coating nano coating method is much quicker and is done with it just within minutes, but it doesn't seem to have that durability where the layer seems to flake off rather quickly without even touching it, just in its interaction with its own environment. Now, my original concept was these balls are just glued with a let's say a 3/4 inch piece of tubing, and then they're just pushed onto the nail, the point of the nail. So that's what's holding them there. And my original thought was to have different balls that you could replace depending on different types of pests you want to deal with. And these balls would have different ganses in there. But then I went on to, thinking of the universal unit and universal teaching, we should have universal pest deterrent. So rather than changing the balls, I went with the intentions.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, because what is a pest? Something may be a pest to you and it isn't a pest for something else or somebody else.
No question. They weren't really bothering me, although you don't want to see mouse droppings around on things you have on a shelf and so on.
What I've found here, I've got all my workshop in the kitchen, and I got cockroaches, and we're told not to get rid of them, so they live around. And normally a cockroach, when you put the light on or something, they scramble. But these cockroaches don't bother. They just walk around, and they're not afraid of you. And I just don't bother them, and they don't bother me. The same with the mosquitoes. Mosquitoes just land on my skin. They're there for about 10 minutes. They won't prick my skin. And they absorb the energy and they fly off.
Yeah, I had a similar experience like that a couple times over the summer where I was having let's say, a bowl of soup at the kitchen table, and a housefly just landed right next to me on the table. And I believe it knew my intentions were that I wasn't going to kill it. So it felt free to be there. And I didn't try to kill it. But normally they won't come that close, or if you go to dip your spoon in the soup and take another sip of soup, the fly will fly away, any sort of movement. But the fly didn't do that. It was almost like, I want some too. And don't kill me for trying.
Or they're sort of connecting with one on one's intentions, yeah.
But with me, the mosquitoes don't seem to respond in the same manner. They do want to bite me.
Yeah, I have the same problem. They have a strong affinity for putting their little noses into my skin. But actually, I've had very good luck where I'm at. I only get bit maybe once or twice a year. Okay, I've got a picture of a what's called a plasma capacitor from the Blueprint, Keshe Foundation Blueprint site.
I would add, Mark, you were talking about nanocoating. I've put a steel saw in plasma water, and it's nanocoating it pretty nicely.
Okay, does this look a bit like your idea, Mark, that you were talking about? It's probably a little different with the plasma capacitor compared to the plasma battery.
Yeah, there's a similarity there. We have the aluminum foil, we have insulating tape, but this is a capacitor. We were talking a battery. It's a little different construction, I think, as far as the one I was looking at. I think it was a video.
Yeah, I think with the battery, what is the difference? There's more GaNs material. I think there's
The aluminum foil, I think, is in, or either you don't use it. No, I'm not exactly sure.
I think the
But
aluminum foil is on the outside of the battery one.
it was, no, I think you start with an inner coil, then you have a tissue with GaNs and say an electrolyte of some sort or electrolytic gel, and then you would wrap that with aluminum foil. And this is to connect to the matter state, I believe. And then you would have another nano-coated spiral in the opposite direction around the outside of it for one quarter of one battery. Yeah. It would be like a 4-pack. And then, of course, he said you may need to add a capacitor on top of it. I do have that video somewhere, and it's rather simple in appearance. So I'm going to try it, and I'm going to work on it, and I'm going to learn something out of it. And if I didn't wind the coils exactly the right way, and I know he says things should be done correctly, on the other side of looking at things, he said, you never know, something beautiful may come out of it.
Mark, can we watch the video? Can you show the video, please?
Not instantly.
You can give me a link to it or something, then I could play it.
I have to look. I can't look in my thing while I'm on. Well, maybe I can.
Was it a YouTube video?
Yeah, I think it's called, oh, I don't know if I have it. Super Plasma Battery YouTube. How to make plasma battery. One of those. Super Plasma Battery on YouTube. Or maybe you want to put in Keshe. Let me come back to the Zoom. But I just want to thank Ton again, because this presentation is far-reaching, far more reaching than he probably realizes, although he didn't get a lot of questions. It's just a beautiful environment he created there. I don't know if you can find that, but it's rather simple.
There's one on how to make plasma batteries. Alex Beads, free plasma. Oh, Natuber TV.
If I was better with these computers, I would pull it up for you, or I could go on another one and pull it up for you, but I'm just on an iPad here.
Well, we'll try watching this one video, I guess.
All bread buds are filled with sodium fiber.
And even though this, Mr. Keshe originally went to the world governments and said he can show the people how to feed themselves and generate their own power inexpensively. Now, with the crisis that's appearing on top of us, he said if he's pushed, he will release a cup of food and he will release a cup of heat. So you may not have the electricity, but you'll have the warmth that you would have derived from the electricity. And you will also have the food as energy so that you don't feel hungry. So his original proposal is coming full circle. Now, this is not the one, but I'm sure you can watch it anyway. So Mr. Keshe's proposal that he originally went to the world governments to deliver is now possibly going to be delivered in a cup of heat and a cup of food.
This is a really poor reproduction of a video here. It says really bad resolution, so I can barely even read the writing of it. It's also got a bunch of music that's going to get me in trouble. So I'm not
Yeah,
gonna...
right. Okay.
All right. Well, maybe there's some other one we could have a look at if we need to.
It's no problem, Rick.
Okay.
But that star formation is a rather elegant formation. And I know it's connected into the creation process.
Yep, we've been working with that particular orientation for quite some time, and part goes back to the original experiments and the picture that I used for the plasma group, with the rotating balls and the tetrahedral configuration that we were experimenting with back in the day. That's when Mr. Keshe achieved the 129 Tesla magnetic fields with his setup, and several of us around the world had our own tetrahedral setups, and we were sort of in communication with each other. In fact, we were in communication because we were all together on, I don't think we were using Zoom then. I think it was on
Skype?
No, it was a different program that's no longer available. I forget the name of it now. But we were had all of our videos on at the same time. So there's like 4 different videos being played on the site of rotating reactors at the same time. And we were all watching Mr. Keshe's reactor. We had a live feed for that at the lab in somewhere in Italy. I forget if it was in Trani or in the other place there. And so we were getting the live feed and watching the magnetometer show its magnetic fields, and it would have peaks of, up to 1 or 2 Tesla, or up to, then it was getting more and more, and eventually it peaked out at 129 Tesla, which at that time would have been a world record in magnetic field creation. And most of the other competitors completely blew up their equipment when they made the efforts. Some of these world records for magnetic fields, they actually end up blowing up their coils and whatnot that they use to try to create these strong fields.
Could you, Rick, explain to us what 129, or give us a similarity? So I don't really know what, if somebody asked me what's 129 Tesla, I couldn't tell them.
Right. Well, let's have maybe a little look at that from, we can look at what Wikipedia might have, perhaps.
I know Tesla's involved some way.
Well, Tesla is the measurement for magnetic fields, and is named, that's why it was named after Nikola Tesla. And let's see what we can find here on that.
Good morning. It's a measurement. In Tesla, in Gauss, is for magnetic flux or international system. It's 1 unit.
Yes, that's right.
And
So-
when it's achieved 129, it explains, Mr. Keshe, how it's achieved regarding these systems.
Right. So, as it says here in the Wikipedia, the Tesla is a unit that's magnetic flux density. So it's basically a magnetic field, and it defines it here and so on. So it mentions the strongest fields encountered from permanent magnets on Earth are from Hallbach spheres and can be over 4.5 Tesla. So 4.5 Tesla would be considered the most from permanent magnets. So that's one comparison. The record for the highest sustained pulse magnetic field has been produced by scientists at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, campus of the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory. The world's first 100 Tesla non-destructive magnetic field. Non-destructive, so they didn't blow up their equipment for that one. In September 2018, researchers at the University of Tokyo generated a field of 1200 Tesla, which lasted in the order of 100 microseconds using the electromagnetic flux compression technique. Okay, so that's...
They're using huge amounts of power to do this, aren't they?
Yes, they use the equivalent power that's used in the entire United States, but in a few microseconds. So they have to have these huge capacitors and big, huge power lines and so on. And they use literally as much power as the whole US uses, but just in a microsecond. So it's all, they charge it up and then blast it into a very short period of time.
Where Mr. Keshe is starting off with what, a 6-volt battery or something, or
well, he had
low amount.
Yeah, low voltage DC motors basically powering the rotating reactors. And mentions here different strengths. So the strength of the Earth's magnetic field, for example, as comparison, is 3.2 times 10 to the minus 5 Tesla. So it's a micro Tesla. So be a 31 millionths of a Tesla. So that's pretty small in comparison. The Earth's magnetic field is actually quite weak. Whereas we look at a refrigerator magnet, it mentions it's 5 millitesla. So 5 thousandths of a Tesla. It's quite a bit. It's about 100 times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field for a fridge magnet. And it gets into, say, the surface of a neodymium magnet, a typical supermagnet, or one you might find in a, like the one they show here, it comes out of a hard drive. 1.25 Tesla. So you think of 129 Tesla would be 100 times stronger than the surface of a neodymium magnet, which is pretty much the strongest magnets you can buy commercially. Medical systems might be 1.5 Tesla to 3 Tesla. A loudspeaker, about the same, 1 to 2.4 Tesla. The CERN superconducting magnet, 4 Tesla. And it gets into some of the some of the more stronger fields. Here's an interesting, what would you call it, waypoint on these fields. 16 Tesla, the magnetic field strength required to levitate a frog. So that's an interesting factor. So that would be basically probably about the same magnetic field strength to levitate a human as well. Maybe require a little more for a human, might be more heavier mass material and less water, which is a lot of that's done because of the, as they mentioned here, the diamagnetic levitation of the water in its body tissues. So you can levitate. There's a video somewhere with a frog levitating in a magnetic field.
So when you see a metal scrapyard and you see a crane that's picking up metals with a magnet, that's an electromagnet, right? Some sort of, that's the way they, and that would have a Tesla field as well?
Oh yeah, it would be similar to the loudspeaker magnet, 1 to 2 Tesla, probably in that range. See, it doesn't matter how big the magnet is, it matters its field strength. You can have a really big magnet, but have a lower field strength, and a really small magnet with a higher field strength. And what they're measuring here is that field strength, the actual density of the magnetic flux.
Because if you copy the Earth's magnetic field, this is where you get a lift, correct? Just as if you would put the opposite ends of a magnet, that you would receive a push.
Yes, but in the case of the Earth's magnetic field, it's so weak, it's about 1 million times less strong than a typical magnet, let's say. So you would have to either have a magnetic strength that would be 1 million times, in order 1 million times of a magnet, in order to offset that Earth's magnetic field. I mean, you could have a very large magnetic field similar to the Earth's, which is very large, and even though it's weak, it extends out because of that huge, because it's so large, it also extends out many thousands of kilometers out into space, and it forms our protective envelope to divert various rays that come from the sun and other places to make it so that we can live here. And you could create a huge, if you could create a field like the Earth's magnetic field, and that you kind of bounced, say, out in space, and you came up against the Earth's magnetic field, I'm not sure if it would have a lot of strength in terms of, like, would you bounce off of that magnetic field? I'm not sure if that would be the case or not. But certainly if you were able to have a strong enough, just purely magnetics we're looking at here, not necessarily maggrav field, but an actual magnetic field, that you would have to have something that can interact with the Earth's magnetic field. Like, for example, if you use a compass, which shows the Earth's magnetic field in north-south, you know, on the compass needle. And if you bring a magnet, neodymium magnet, even probably 1 meter away from that compass, it will affect the compass. So even a neodymium magnet will affect the Earth's magnetic field quite a bit locally. That doesn't mean you're going to have a magnet that repels against the Earth's magnetic field and is able to levitate. That wouldn't happen. You'd barely be able to feel it because it's so much less than that magnet. The magnet overwhelms the Earth's magnetic field.
Hi, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Miguel.
Have you tried to measure if the Magra systems is interacting with the Tesla measure?
If what magnet systems?
The Magrab systems.
Oh, MagGrav system. Well, you can get an app on your iPhone, and there's several different magnetic field apps for iPhones, and you can measure magnetic fields. And yes, there's a magnetic field over the MagGravs, and people have used those little electric wire sensors that light up. You can buy at hardware shops and so on, and you can put that above the MagGrav, and it'll show fields coming out of it, electric fields. And you can use an app on an iPhone, or a compass will also be, attracted and repelled by the fields from a MagGrav. But they aren't.
Yeah, I wanted.
They don't go up into extreme ranges. You don't get, huge spikes out of it.
There are some devices also that you can use to measure. And some years ago, I had the opportunity to measure the Tesla field in the Magrab system.
Mm-hmm.
I have two photographs. Do you want me to show you the photographs?
Yeah, sure. That'd be great. Thanks. Well, just before we leave this one page here, we can go up to the maximum, which we see 100 Teslas, the magnetic field strength of a typical white dwarf star, and the magnetic field strength range of magnetar neutron stars is 100 megatesla to 1,000 or to 100 gigatesla. So you're talking about 100 million Tesla and 100 billion Tesla for the range of those. Now, there's another thing I'll bring up after we look at Miguel's stuff here, and I'll show that how the scientists now are getting up to, I think it was 1,200 Tesla on a nano level, which is the new way of doing things. So maybe we'll have a look at that after.
Does CERN have anything to do with it does have something to do with the magnetic field. Are they creating any Tesla at CERN or the Hadron Collider?
Well, there's the superconducting ITER magnet system. It mentions 13 Tesla. And then it mentions the strength of the superconducting magnet built around the CMS detector at CERN, and it's 4 Tesla. So that kind of gives us an idea. So it's pretty hard for us to generate, say, 1 million Tesla here on the surface of the Earth. There's the little froggy. There's the frog. The frog levitating in the magnetic field. Okay, if you want to take over there, Miguel.
Okay, I will. This is a Magrab, and you can see the numbers there is 5.06 micro Tesla. And this Magrab is just is made just by one coil inside and GaNs. But if you have the second coil outside of the pipe, like, hold on. like this example, we have the pipe inside, but we have the another coil. You can increase the micro Tesla for 1046 micro Tesla. So how you were reading, all the magnet systems is made by superconductors. So this result is just with 127 watts, but right now we are working with prototypes that they are working with 16,000 volts. So the Tesla field is too much bigger, but we don't have that device to measure the prototypes that we are making right now, but the field is bigger. That is that I wanted to show you.
It reads here 10.96 Teslas, but you meant to say 10.96 micro Tesla, right?
Yeah, this one, yes. And the other one is just with one coil, is 5.06
micro Tesla, right?
Micro Tesla, yeah.
Okay.
And this is another device that a doctor brought to my home to see the fields, and they are the field is too much bigger, so the device the device could read the maximum, but you can change the range, and the magnet system was increasing almost 3 times more the average of the device. And one thing that happened that time also is that was pulsing the magnet system, this magnet system. And if you put water in the between the magnet system that I was showing you, like this one, with just coils inside of the pipe with guns, you can transfer energy to the water. You can see that after 5 minutes, you put the water changes the behavior of the water change and charge energy from the magnet systems. This was 4 years ago in October 2016. This is one way that we were charging the water. So this is another way that you can interact with the fields to charge the water with different kind of guns. So this is the device. The doctor brought different kinds of device because, as you know, the plasma is difficult to identify or to see the device to measure the plasma. But this kind of device is be able to read the plasma energy. That's what I wanted to show you.
Yes, that's quite interesting. There's a number of different meters and so on that can be used that way. I've got electromagnetic radiation detector as well. Just a simple kind of meter deal that that detects electromagnetic radiation, but it's different than just magnetic. It's not for magnetic fields, but electromagnetic. So there are different ways of detecting the fields around us that way, but still we're having a hard time with actual detector for plasma fields. It's a more seems like people are better equipped than our detectors are for detecting the field effect of you know, the GANs, for example. How do you measure the effect of the difference between the CuO GANs and the zinc oxide or CO2 GANs with a detector? It's quite difficult. But there are people that can hold those different, a vial or a test tube of some of that substance and hold it in their hands and tell you the difference in the way they feel between those substances. Of course, we have to sort of tune ourselves to be able to do that as well. It's not something everyone can do right off the bat, but I think it's a capability that's all built into us all. Okay. What else do we have here today? Oh, I was going to, just a second here, let's get something up for screen. Let me try to find the article about the high Tesla fields that were created recently. Where was that? Just give me a minute here. I'm going to have to try to look that up.
And what I was going to add was that I probably, if I would have concentrated a little more on maybe making electricity or generating electricity or making gold, I probably would have been farther along. But I've been here, say, around the foundation for 3 years, but my intention was for the world peace. My reactor is used for world peace. Although in the times we're coming into, I might have outsmarted myself as far as having an alternative source of power. But that's the reason I'm around the foundation. Not so much to generate electricity or to make materials or gold or whatever, or try to.
Yeah, for me, I had an initial interest in that, but it's sort of dropped by the wayside. I would rather create a significant plasma, and then from that, I know that energy can be derived from it in various ways, electricity being one of them, heat being another, and other such things could all be realized from that central plasma. We can create that powerful plasma that can be the central core that can run our everything we need in our lives, whether it's here or in space. And the plasma batteries and plasma capacitors are nice, but they're not going to do the big job unless it's possible to multiply the effect. In other words, You make one plasma battery, you get, point something voltage out of it, and then you make 10 in a row and you multiply that by 10, and if there's 100 in a row, it multiplies that by 100, and so on, and pretty soon you get what Elon Musk did with a Tesla car. In order to create the battery for the first electric car, the electric sports car, the fastest electric sports car in the world that he developed, he couldn't use the battery patents that General Motors and I think it was Mobile or Chevron, I think it was Chevron, had the patents for the full-size special lithium batteries, state of the art at the time. They weren't willing to give them out or allow anyone to use them. So Elon Musk, the only way he could configure his battery, this huge battery, to power the most powerful sports car in the world, was to use laptop batteries, laptop computer batteries. So he ended up putting something like 6,825 laptop batteries together to create his big battery. And they still do it that way, with small batteries all wired together to create the big battery, because they don't have the patent for the big one. And now General Motors and Chevron, they sold the patent between each other, and one of them holds it now or whatever, and they're not willing to share it, not willing to allow others to use that. So that's the workaround, is sometimes you have to go and take a small idea like a plasma battery, plasma capacitor, and extend it out by putting 6,000 of them together. What's the effect then? Maybe we have a different effect after creating such a thing.
Those 6,000 batteries, would they be wired in series to achieve that? What they call a series?
They're in series and parallel with the Tesla car. And you can get twice the amperage out of batteries that are in parallel, but you get twice the voltage out of batteries that are in series. So you can increase the amperage and the voltage to the amount you need. Like if your electric motor runs on 400 volts, perhaps, each battery is 4 volts, and you got 100 batteries will give you 100 volts, but you may not have the amperage. So you might need to have 2 or 3 or 5 or 100 times more batteries to get the amperage out of it. That'll actually drive that motor and give you lots of power out of it. There's been plasma. All right, well, here's one article that we can have a look at. It's from phys.org, which they like to share their things. So we're going to share it for them. Get this lined up a little better here. And so this title of this physics article is from phys.org, which I highly recommend people subscribe to if they like touch with the latest things that are going on and out in the world of physics. Could mega Tesla magnetic fields be realized on Earth? So we were looking at the chart of magnetic fields, and most they've created on Earth is maybe up to 1,200 Tesla. And the mega Tesla was in the megatar neutron stars. Okay. So it's interesting that a neutron star would be the place where the mega Tesla magnetic fields are realized. Okay, so what's this all about? It says, well, let me read from the article. Magnetic fields are used in various areas of modern physics and engineering, with practical applications ranging from doorbells to maglev trains. Since Nikola Tesla's discoveries in the 19th century, researchers have strived to realize strong magnetic fields in laboratories for fundamental studies and diverse applications, but the magnetic strength of familiar examples are relatively weak. Geomagnetism is 0.3 to 0.5 Gauss. Now a Gauss is, I believe, 1/10,000th of a Tesla. So it's pretty weak. And magnetic tomography, MRIs, used in hospitals is about 1 Tesla. There it is. Tesla is 10 to the 4th Gauss. So 10,000 Gauss in a Tesla. By contrast, future magnetic fusion and maglev trains will require magnetic fields on the kilotesla, 10 to the 7th Gauss order. To date, the highest magnetic fields experimentally observed are on the kilotesla order. Recently, scientists at Osaka University discovered a novel mechanism called a microtube implosion and demonstrated the generation of megatesla order magnetic fields. That is over 1,000 megatesla. That is not 10 Gauss, it's 10 to the 10th order Gauss. Magnetic fields via particle simulations using a supercomputer. Astonishingly, this is 3 orders of magnitude higher than what has ever been achieved in the laboratory. Such high magnetic fields are expected only in celestial bodies like neutron stars and black holes. So how do they do it? Irradiating a tiny plastic microtube 1/10 the thickness of a human hair by ultra-intense laser pulses produces hot electrons with temperatures of tens of billions of degrees. These hot electrons, along with cold ions, expand into the microtube cavity at velocities approaching the speed of light. Preceding with a kilotesla order magnetic field causes the imploding charged particles infinitesimally twisted due to Lorentz force. Such a unique cylindrical flow collectively produces unprecedentedly high spin currents of about 10 to the 15th ampere per square centimeter on the target axis, and consequently generates ultra-high magnetic fields on the megatesla order, that is millions of Teslas. From a tiny little microtube, 1/10 of the thickness of the human hair. Study conducted by Masakatsu Murakami and colleagues has confirmed that current laser technology can realize megatesla order magnetic fields based on the concept. The present concept for generating megatesla order magnetic fields will lead to pioneering fundamental research in numerous areas, including material science, quantum electrodynamics, and astrophysics, as well as other cutting-edge practical applications. So interesting. And that came out in October 6, 2020. So the interesting idea about this, I find, is that they cause an implosion in this microtube, and that implosion makes creates these temperatures of up to tens of billions of degrees. And you've got, you know, these ions and electrons at the extremely high velocities. And to me, that means the possibility of not just high magnetic fields, but also of fusion and of transmutation of elements. And I think that this is the new science. They're going to find the ability to transmute materials on the nanoscale instead of doing it all with these really huge CERN facilities that cost multi-billions of hundreds of billions of dollars, and just to keep them running costs billions of dollars. Perhaps they can all be done on a nano level with actually very relatively inexpensive equipment. And as we learn more about this, it will become less and less expensive and more easy to do as scientists penetrate further and further into this nano world, which they've only started to get into really in the last 10 years or so.
I would say that all this stuff is relative with the black holes. As you see, Mr. Keshe, he has a lot of experience of those forces. So I think that this is a key to understand more that we can realize in our minds.
Absolutely. And he's talked, and I've shown the, well, maybe I can show it again, the video about the hole in the middle. We talk about the free plasma in the center, and we talk about the hole in the middle, and that there's a soul in the center of every rotating device, and every atom, everything that has a spin to it has a soul, in fact. So it creates its own, because its center is always that voidness. It's part of what makes up things in the universe, it seems.
Like the photograph that you have for this workshop appears like a black hole. Do you see in the center of the photograph that you see in the
background?
To the background, yeah. I have a photograph for the atom of the hydrogen, and it's an idea that the hydrogen is a small black hole also. Let me see, I can...
Right in the middle there, yeah. I saw this when I just saw it today when I first put it up, and went, wow, look at that. It's a lot like the primer fields concept as well that has come out in the last while.
And all this figure is interacting also with the hydrogen and other forces.
So you have a picture you want to show? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I let me find it first. So
okay, I've got a video.
Give me just 1 minute. Yeah.
I've got a video I can play with about the hole in the middle that I created, and I would like to get back into this. This was, let me see, when was this? Get the info here. 2017, about 3.5 years ago it was created. And I'd like to get back into this. I think it has something important that can be experimented with. So let me play the video. I think I'll let it, well, it might get kind of boring after 4 minutes, but I'll see how it goes here. I forget what's even on here. Let me just get it lined up here. Okay, here we go. Oh, let me just explain what's going on here before we start, which is I've got a lathe set up with a motor on it that's rotating this sphere of water. And it's got a tiny bubble in the sphere. And that's what we're having a look at here.
It's very interesting, the behavior.
Yes, it's interesting how it can stay centered in spite of whatever speed is going on. If you increase the speed, it bounces around, but then it gets rock steady. That little ball is perfectly formed and rock steady, and it can actually be controlled to a certain extent as well. So the interesting thing was I also came up with a little invention where I pierced the end of the sphere here and put on what's called a septaseal, which seals it. So I had a hole in that end with a seal on it, and I can insert a needle inside the middle of the sphere. And the idea at that time, but I never pursued it really, was to create first a hydrogen gas ball, and then you can either introduce other gases into it or actually use the needle as an electrode and to initiate a charge reaction in there and start to create a miniature star is what I wanted to do. I want to make that tiny little ball into a reactor that is a fusion reactor. And so I'm actually going to carry on with this experiment. I've just cleared off my table and dusted off the lathe, and I want to get back into it again with using a needle to play with it basically. And there's a way you can have multiple balls all in a row and they'll all retain their integrity without merging with the other ones as long as it's spinning. And it's quite an amazing things you can do with that. So anyway, that's coming up in the next couple of weeks here. I'll show some of my experiments as that goes on.
Rick,
It
is
doesn't all
that
blow
ball
up.
is that ball spinning, Rick? The little ball inside it, or is it being coddled by the fluid, sort of being
Well,
held?
that's a good question. It's actually spinning along with the fluids and so on, and it's maintained its spherical shape by the rotation of the gases, or sorry, of the water inside. Now, for example, there's another. If you were to turn this whole image 90 degrees to the left, then the ball would be, vertical, let's say, instead of horizontal the way it is now. And it would be impossible to get this same effect. You wouldn't be able to control the, first of all, the little ball inside there, the little bubble will distort due to gravity. And it'll become a V-shaped kind of a thing. It'll go up toward the top of the rotating unit, and it'll become more of a V shape. And it's very difficult to control, and it's no longer the same experiment at all. When I turned this sideways, I just was amazed at the total control that you could have over the bubble. And that is a very big secret in terms of being able to control better that central bubble in a sphere. So I'm almost wondering if the MagGraph systems with the 4 spheres should be sideways instead of vertical to our the way we normally have them.
Do you know that in this position you are be able to levitate the sphere and in this position than in vertical?
I think there's perhaps a better chance of it.
Yeah, because some scientists they are having some tests that they are moving disc, heavy disc made by iron, and if you rotate them very fast, they are be able to lose too much weight, almost levitate. So I wanted to show you the photograph that I was talking with you about the hydrogen.
Go ahead.
Is this one? this a hydrogen, but if you see with imagination, with big imagination, you can see a galaxy there.
Yeah, and it's very much like you're saying, the same as the picture from the workshop today too.
Yeah, and the hydrogen is gonna give us too much surprises in this and all these classes that Mr. Keshe is giving us. The deuterium also and tritium. But I want to show you also this
if you
sphere.
keep that picture there just for a second, the last hydrogen picture. If we look at this, if we look at that ring in the middle, if you thought of it as a superconducting ring, which is found in many circumstances in the world, if it was a superconducting ring, if we had it as a superconducting ring, and we keep adding energy to that ring, then essentially it will continue flowing because the energy has no resistance in a superconducting ring. And what happens is it continues rotating and creating magnetic fields. And the more energy that goes into that superconducting ring, the more of a magnetic field is created at that center point in the middle. That's where the highest magnetic field will be created. And it'll have a point that goes up and a point that goes down. And it'll be like a positive and negative poles of a battery, or the north and south of a north and south of a magnet, rather, not the battery, the magnet. So if you look at a superconducting coil, creates that magnetic field in the center, and that creates these poles on each end that can be really, really strong depending on the superconducting coil and how much energy goes into it, and whether it can keep superconducting before it heats up and fries itself or otherwise causes a problem. So interesting, and perhaps that can be done on the actual atomic level. Maybe that ring of hydrogen, that ring of electrons there can spin around really, really fast and keep spinning around and create these really strong magnetic fields.
Did you see in your sphere was be able to make a ring in the center besides the bubble?
No, there's no ring in the center, but there is a ring.
No, I saw it. I saw it when you were playing the video in your sphere.
There's a GAN.
There are some particles. There are some particles that make a ring. I'm gonna show you a small video. I made this reactor some years ago. ¿Cómo funciona esta prueba? También cabe mencionar de que, por ejemplo, ahí se nos cayó la cámara, pero también puede pega el gas en estado nanosólido, que es el dióxido de carbono.
It's really hard to hear you. I think you need to turn off the audio on the video. It's quite loud.
Ese tubo es porque no llenamos en su totalidad el recipiente. Posteriormente vamos a hacer otras pruebas en donde se va a llenar en su totalidad. So I wanted to show you this sphere. This is with GAN CO2. Some seawater. That is the reason, because you can see some points with the sand of the sea. So when I got this reactor, the weight for this reactor was 950 grams, but when was spinning, the most lighter weight was 150 grams. This is another thing that I wanted to share with you.
Okay, thank you. If you look at the rotating reactor with GANs in it, then it forms the famous GANs rings around the in the rotating sphere inside the sphere. And it looks very much like your picture of the hydrogen atom there, where you have a ring around the central part, and then you have a top and bottom, which is where the fields form. Any other comments or questions or input on that? Okay. Back to our screen share here. Get it up. And again, you can see the same image on this. This came from Stanley. I don't know where the image was taken from, but you can see that central sort of black hole in the middle, and the disk formed in relation to that.
When I first saw it, it looked like two magrevs.
Two magravs.
One on top of the other, interacting.
Two coils, like you mean.
Right, but these are just the representative fields.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see the coils.
You don't see the coils out in space either, but you see the results of the interactions of the fields and creation of galaxies and that kind of thing. Jefferson had a question. What was the speed? I think on the unit that I showed there, it's a normal lathe, and it'll go up to about I think they had it up to 4,500 RPM when it's maxed out. On the slow speed, it's just several hundred RPM. It's interesting, once you get the bubble formed in there and rotating at high speed, you can lower the speed quite low and it'll stay in the middle and keep going. But you can't do that initially. It takes quite a speed to get the ball into the middle to begin with.
Yeah, it seemed every time you increase the speed, it's like taking a plane through the sound barrier.
Yes.
Where you have a vibration and then it smooths right out.
Yes, that's a really good observation there, Mark, because that was quite amazing too. Every time there was a speed increase, it made for that wobble and the ball's bouncing around, and then it smooths right out, so smooth that it's just dead center to where it is. It doesn't vary, or the ball doesn't. You couldn't even tell whether it was spinning or glued into that position. It was it's amazing how accurate it can be once things settle out, and it's got to do with the turbulence and the laminar flow inside the rotating sphere and so on, which is an interesting study in itself, because the sphere, when it's straight up and down, will be a totally different type of turbulence than when it's rotating sideways.
And the way it shimmers, it almost looks like a drop of mercury.
Rick, I'm wondering if the picture we're looking at is it a photograph from like a Hubble telescope, or is it a graphic that's been created?
I don't know. Most of the other pictures were like from NASA and that kind of thing, and some of them were just sort of a combination of NASA type pictures and some other graphics added to them. I'm not clear on where this one. You can see stars along the bottom here.
It looks like time lapse or something, doesn't it? The way that there are lines.
Yeah, it does look like a telescopic, telescope time lapse thing that they do, and whatever they focus on, like it must be focused on that central black hole, let's say. But then it's got this big black thing in the left side as well. So
yeah, I was wondering about that too. Is that a planet or what?
I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery. You'd have to find out from Stanley, I guess.
Apart from the black hole on the bottom left, it looks sort of like a reflection almost, doesn't it? Like when you look at a very calm water and you see the reflection of hills or a riverbank perfectly reflected. Kind of looks like that.
That reminds me of a picture I took recently. I'll show it to you now that you brought this up.
I want to show you also another photograph, Rick.
Okay,
just a minute. With this one.
Let me show my picture here, as it's related.
Yeah.
So this is a local cove where I'm near, called Roach Cove. And usually you see the town of Souk in the background and the hills and trees and mountains in the background and so on. But it was super foggy this day, and you couldn't see anything in the background. This is an unretouched photo. It's just the way it came. And you see the ship there. It's always moored in that position, but it happened to be reflecting today because the water was extremely calm, which is unusual to start with, and no wind and this fog. So to me, the ship looked like it was just floating there. It actually looked like a spaceship. It was just floating in, like it was in midair. You couldn't tell where the water was or where the air was. It was just in a cloud. Yet you could see the ship fairly clearly. It's not, you don't see fog in close to this particular area here. The fog was mostly in the distance, just beyond the ship.
Where did the picture go?
Pardon me?
You took it down? Did you take the picture down already? All I see is
sorry, maybe I didn't share properly here.
That's an award-winning picture.
There, you should be able to see it there now.
That's really beautiful, and that's held to a pilot in an aeroplane, that sort of situation, because they, if they're flying visually, they can't tell where the horizon is or whatever. But yes, I've been on river cruise in west coast of Tasmania when I was a child, and that's exactly what really struck me, was when the water was really still. You really couldn't tell the difference between the reflection and the reality.
Mm-hmm. And we see the reflection in the left-hand part of the picture here, where the Earth meets the sea, comes to a point, and the reflected part's down below. It's actually hard to tell on the right side of where the reflected part is. I'm not sure myself. I think it's down at the very bottom there. Or maybe it's actually here. Let's It's actually hard to tell. And to me, it was like these, both the side, after I took the picture and looked at it, I went, wow, that's amazing. It looks like this is a big rock in space on the right-hand side, and this other thing kind of sticking out from, it could be some, you know, mothership or just an asteroid out in space or something. And then there's this ship in the middle, and it kind of looks, if you squint your eyes, it kind of looks like a Star Wars spaceship with its kind of wings sticking off on the side and so on. And so I would just call this floating ship, or perhaps something similar to that, and maybe entered into an art exhibition or something.
Did you rotate it to see if you had a different look?
Rotate it. There's an idea. Okay, let's try that. It doesn't quite work, but maybe upside down will. Whoa.
That's a ship. A spaceship in the middle.
It looks like it's doing a pass, a fly through or something. Interesting. All right, back to our previous programming. Do you have a picture you wanted to share? Did you say there, Miguel? Or? Miguel, did you want to share something there?
He's probably looking in the background. I noticed Alex was with us. Is this the famous Alex from the Alex beads?
Yeah, hello.
We had mentioned your name not too long before you showed up, you know. We had mentioned.
No, this was for Miguel Moreno.
Pardon me, Miguel?
The photograph, this is the photograph that I want to show you.
Yeah, we were talking to Alex at the moment, though.
Okay, okay.
Hi, Chris and Harry.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm well. You?
Good, good. Okay, I can see your picture now, Miguel.
Yeah, just to explain you, the sphere is with two coils. One is gravitational, that is vertical, and the horizontal is magnetical. The horizontal ring, or the horizontal static reactor, is interacting with magnets. You can see the magnets there. And when this kind of reactor interacting with the plasma, you can have a specific direction to send the plasma field to a specific direction. If you want to increase in a specific point to send the field stronger, you can manipulate the field with the magnetical ring.
Yeah, I've showed magnets with plasma before. That was some of our initial things that we worked with back in 2015. And even before that, actually, when Mr. Keshe was talking about the vacuum chamber and the vacuumed out reactor and putting gases in and so on. Part of the vacuum process, you create a vacuum inside of the vacuum tubes, and they can start lighting up if you put some high voltage into the vacuum chamber. And so your tubes going back to your vacuum pump will all be glowing, similar to the color that we saw there. And you can put a magnet around the tube, and you will be able to control that light output.
Yeah, we have those kind of devices. Gonna be interesting to be working with the photons, because when we are interacting with the vacuum, doesn't matter if you have empty the space inside of the device, there are still photons there,
Well,
and you
there's
can interact
still,
with them.
yeah, there's still parts of, there's still atoms and molecules left in, or not molecules so much, but different atoms are left, different gases are left in there. It's really hard to vacuum everything out, and you can reach a point where it ionizes those gases and lights them up if you put in some high voltage or some other means of making that happen. Vacuum chambers and vacuum reactors are a lot of fun to play with, because the fun just begins when you vacuum out the chamber. You have to have it vacuumed out quite far in order to start to have fun with it in a way.
Rick, are you hearing a background noise?
On my end here, when I shut off, it shuts off, or what?
No, go ahead, mute your mic for a second.
It's a clicking
fan?
sound, isn't it? Yeah, clicking.
Is it a fan or something? Computer fan?
I have a computer fan that's going out maxed out here, trying to keep
Yep.
everything cool.
Okay.
And that's often a problem with my audio. I should have a noise canceling microphone or something, but I don't. Yeah. Okay, anything else about any of that stuff? Vajra has a question in the chat. If I have 200 milliliters of cup 1 GANs, put it in a 10-liter container, top it up with water, would it be sufficient dilution for drinking? No, you should be diluting the, you're not diluting your you need to put your GANs in and wash the salt out of it, is the idea first. Then you put the 200, unless you're talking about is the 200 milliliters of cup 1 GANs already have the salt out of it, and it's just the GANs that you've collected? Or is it right out of the cup 1? As if it is, it'll have all the salts and other elements and things in it that you wouldn't want to be drinking necessarily. Although some salt may be okay. Anybody else have any suggestions or input on that?
Hello, Rick. Yes, Skywalker.
Hi.
Hi, I have a small question. Is uran 238. Sold from the Uran. Can you a little bit explain from the sold from Uran? It is possible?
From the what? Soul from Iran?
Yes.
Soul from Iran.
I think
Sold.
he's talking about is he saying urine?
No, Uran.
Iran.
238 radioactive.
Oh, 238. You mean uranium?
Yes.
Oh. I don't know anything much about that. What in particular? What do you mean?
Sold from the Uran. It is possible.
Salt. Uranium salt.
Yes.
What would you do with it?
I don't know. I heard this one, and I don't know what is from this one. I thinking it's another sold from Iran. Maybe it's better, it's not better. I don't know what is this.
Well, I would suggest if you have no use for it, don't play with it. It sounds like it'd be toxic to start with. We can look it up in Wikipedia, see what it's all about if you want to know more about it.
Oh, cool.
Uranyl nitrate is a water-soluble yellow uranium salt. Yellow-green crystals of dioxyuranium nitrate hexahydrate are triboluminescent. Triboluminescent means its light is generated when it's pulled apart, ripped, scratched, crushed, or rubbed. Okay. Let me see, it's used for certain processes for printing and so on. It's important for nuclear reprocessing. It's the compound of uranium that results from dissolving the decladded spent nuclear fuel rods or yellow cake in nitric acid for further preparation of uranium hexafluoride for isotope separation for preparing of enriched uranium. It's an oxidizing and highly toxic compound. When ingested, it causes severe chronic kidney disease and acute tubular necrosis and is a lymphocyte mitogen. So death of the kidneys right off the bat, liver, lungs, and brain. Reactor also represents a severe fire and explosion risks when heated or subjected to shock in contact with oxidizable substances. So, for example, if you were ever to put that stuff and mix some hydroxide with it to create some kind of GANs, you would instantly blow up, and the ingestion of the fumes from that blowing up would take out your kidneys, liver, lungs, and brain. Not necessarily in that order, of course. So I would say keep away from it totally, unless you're thoroughly experienced with such a compound. Not like you'd be able to get it anyway, probably.
It is in plasma state better, or it's same?
Better for what?
I don't know for
better to blow out your kidneys, liver, lungs, and brain. I would say if it's 1,000 times more powerful in the plasma state, it would instantly take out those things. Yes, definitely better if that's what you want to do.
okay.
And if you survived all that, you can change your name to Lucky.
There you go. Because that's yeah. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. It's not something that you want to be playing with, experimenting with, and I have no idea what it would do in the plasma state. You're in a plasma state, you're dealing with uranium, then you've got heavy, heavy metals. And that's why Mr. Keshe never talks about using uranium in a reactor, never talks about that. He's never talked about that from day one. He has used radioactive substances, however, but in his special way and so on with mercurium. So I don't know what to say. It's not something I would play with. And when you have a plasma with heavy materials in it, you can get other radioactive substances out of it as byproducts and so on and so forth. And that's why he, in his reactor patent application, he talks about using hydrogen as the main reactant and having the what do you call them? Other gases such as neon, argon, and xenon, and so on. So on's a gas too. He uses those gases, they're non-reactive gases, with the hydrogen. And the reason for that is when you get the plasma going and you've got a fusion reaction going on in there, you don't create other heavy radioactive byproducts. And that's the big advantage of his kind of reactors. There's no radioactive byproducts that can contaminate both your reactor, your environment, and yourself, and make for a mess to clean up and all that kind of thing. So that's why he's not for nuclear energy, in spite of being a nuclear engineer.
Okay, and iron, he can iron transformate to the nickel.
Iron transformed to nickel, transmute to nickel. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think so. I heard this.
Yeah, I think that's what happens in the Rossi generator. Rossi from Italy has or had a generator, and I think he sold the rights to it. And I'm not sure if it's suppressed now or going to be actually implemented. But he had a reactor generator that could produce more power than what was put into it, using that transmutation of metals effect. I'm not sure if it was iron to nickel or nickel to iron, something like that, but it produced huge amounts of excess energy.
Yes, I think it's in plasma state is, I don't know, it's better or not better.
Better for what?
For transmutation from the elements.
Yeah, it seems to be the way that it's done is through a plasma state of one kind or another. It happens commonly in nuclear reactors, or it happens in space. It's how all the elements are created and so on.
And in the body of the man.
Yeah, in the body of the chicken, as far as that goes. How chickens can create more calcium than their input. And they say that's due to a transmutation of elements. Jefferson mentions in the chat as a response to Vajra's comment about putting 200 milliliters of the GANs into a 10-liter container for drinking. Jefferson mentions for COVID prevention and detection after being washed and decanted, one should use 200 milliliters of GANs, cup 1 for 1.8 liters of tap water or drinkable well water. So you can put the GANs in. The GANs that's already been washed can be put into a couple liters of tap water. That's about a 10% ratio, which is about right for if you have about 10% of the size of your container of GANs on the bottom, and you shake that up and let that settle for a number of hours, then that's gives you your drinkable water. Okay, what else do we have? Any other input here? Anybody have something they would like to show or discuss?
Well, yeah, I do, Rick. Hello. I just came in. Had to take care of stuff, so I'm not sure what you guys were talking about. I just got the last end of that, but
we talked about the hole in the middle and about the GANs and about the tetrahedral configuration with GANs and putting intent into GANs balls, that kind of stuff. What do you got for us today?
Okay, I want to try. I'm trying to figure out how to do experiments. I mentioned this before here. I recognize in the stackers that it can be used. I mean, it's a lot more than this. So this would be 1/10 of 1% of what it's capable of. However, I see it as a Tesla tower, pumping energy into the earth because you have that gravitational magnetic field of the earth in cup 5. And I'm looking at the wiring of it, and it looks to me very, very similar to a crystal radio, which I've been studying, and I know you're an expert on. And I have some questions, general questions on how to hook up the microphone. With the crystal radios, it's always just for listening, but they would broadcast, but always the circuitry is where to put a microphone, a speaker. And the wiring, you have the coil, which is the antenna, part of the antenna, and then you have the wiring where you have capacitors, which in a way you have this with the looping of, if you're looking at stack 1, 2, and 3 that have their own separate looping. And I'm looking to try to figure out how to put a tap on that and add a speaker. And then I need a diode for the speaker. And I'm guessing for a microphone, I would have to have a diode going in the opposite direction. So any suggestions on how to hook up a microphone and a speaker to this? Because I'm sure if I can find the right tuning of it, it'll get pumped into the earth just by default because of the way this thing is already tuned. And somebody on the other side of the planet, they can find the right frequency, right? Can hear and be a radio transmitter without any computers or anything. Does that make sense? If you're speaking, Rick, I'm not hearing you.
Sorry. Are you talking about the hooking into the 5
yes
stacker arrangement with
yeah
some kind of circuit?
Yeah, it's already got a circuit with the wiring, and if you look at it, it's very similar to that. All right, yeah, I mean, but you've got a set of coils that go right up straight through the center of each one of them, and then you've got the plates, which just is adding energy. I don't think you need that for this particular function. You need that for all the other stuff Mr. Keshe has intended for the stacks, I suppose, and all kinds of other reasons. But
well, you can add energy to a crystal radio circuit in order to increase its volume and to make it work better and so on. But generally, they are designed to work originally without using electricity, let's say.
yeah, sure. And we don't
But
need
yeah,
to-
you have the antenna, and we've got a ground, and like you say, that wire that kind of goes through the center of it all.
Right.
And that L is an inductor. That's a coil, which in effect the coils of wire and so on are doing. They're behaving as that.
Now, in this case, just you flip upside down, the antenna is going into the earth, and the ground is going to be going out into the environment, right? So we're flipping it upside down.
Why did you flip it upside down? I'm wondering.
To pump into the earth. That's what Tesla was going to do. See what I mean? So that you have no resistance and you can reach anywhere on the planet instantly. You don't have to go around the circumference of the earth. So, right, pumping it right in. And since that center coil is iron, nano iron, and is connected with the other plates, it's magnetical gravitational field of the iron in the earth, so that it's pulling fields out from the iron and feeding back. So you have a direct line of communication right into the earth there with the stacks, right? It has to be. It's a magnetic gravitational field of the center of the earth. So
yeah, it's very much like this setup with the ground and antenna. If you look at it just the way it is without trying to put power into it, maybe try to listen to it, listen to the 5-stacker first. It would be more like this setup, let's say. So you have your antenna as the top, the sole kind of top reactor. Then you've got the earth ground at the bottom and a bunch of coils and wire in between to be that inductor. And you've also got the possibility of this diode. Whoops.
Right. Now the diode, the physics of it, the way they teach it is converting AC to DC, but this is the wrong physics of it. It definitely does something, but it's doing something to the magnetic gravitational fields of that, of the iron, of the field spiraling around the wire. And I think it's cutting off, I'm not sure exactly what it's doing, but it's cutting off half the sine wave, which allows for it to pulse. Because if you've got both the pulling and pushing, then it balances and you don't hear anything. If you can cut off the pulling part, so I think that's what's really going on, then you just get the pushing at whatever the frequencies and amplitudes are coming in from the antenna. Does that make sense? I think
yeah,
that's
it does. And if you can then, instead of the pushing and pulling, you either have pushing or pulling. And then in that way, you've got something you can actually listen to, because it becomes, like you say, a pulsed wave rather than an AC signal, which doesn't have any information on it, really.
So where to put a tap on this, on the stack? Like you can add a tap to the coil where you just tap into, because the length of the wire, the total length of the wire determines the frequency. There's a formula for that. Right? So you use a coil so that you can add a lot of length in a really short distance. And with the taps, you coil it so many turns, and then you add a loop around it, and then you add so many turns and a loop around it, so you can tap into certain frequencies without having to, But in this case, just tapping into the coil at any given position will give you a different frequency of the total length of the antenna. So you can control the frequency by, say, attaching a wire and sliding it up that coil there. But then you've got 5 coils. So, it's going to take a lot of trial and error. But you see what I'm getting at, though.
You could have a tap at each level of the
coil.
Each level of the 5 levels, in a way.
Right.
And that would be your taps of the coil. You tap into, because each level is going to have a slightly different potential with it, right?
Right. So, Okay.
So that part would be easy. The diode part's a little tricky. What acts as a diode on the stacker unit, or would you have to add a diode as part of the external circuit in order to do that filtering?
I think you have to add the diode. So you can buy diodes. I mean, I'm gonna have to find it in Thailand. Everybody else can order them online. I'm not sure I can do it. I'll find some. And I'm getting now. Where would you put a microphone on this? How would you put you see what I mean?
Well, if the microphone, I'm not sure how it would work. You'd have to have a. It would be similar to where the headphone is, but I think the wiring would just be the other way around. And
just go the other way around.
It should broadcast into the ground that way, like you were saying, basically.
Yeah, or just a parallel along the top wire.
I tell you what I did was when I hooked up this basic circuit to my computer, and instead of headphones, I just have the plug into the 1/8" phono plug that goes into my computer. I was able to speak into the box of the crystal radio and have my speech come through in the computer.
So it's like an old-fashioned telephone. You know?
In effect, the whole unit acted as a microphone because the box vibrated, the coil vibrated, the whole thing vibrated. So perhaps when you talk to your 5-stacker, it in effect will act as a microphone and vibrate at a certain, resonance and so on. And it may be enough just to talk to it. Maybe you have to yell in order to increase the amplitude enough or something. Or maybe you have to whisper in order to get through to it.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is just to tap because the speakers are better for hearing, not so good for picking up, but they do the same thing. So just put a speaker and a microphone on the same wire, possibly. Or
the problem is that you're trying to match the matter level stuff with the plasma stuff, and even on the matter level, you can't just, for example, add a speaker onto this circuit, and even a regular headphone won't work on this crystal radio circuit. You need to use the piezo type earphone earlier days, and then you'll be able to tune it to actually hear an AM station or something like that.
So this circuit will not work with just a regular speaker?
Nope, and not with a regular headphone as well. You have to have a super sensitive piezo type headphone. Otherwise, if you add an amplifier onto this circuit, which is fairly easy to do, an audio amp, you use this as a preamp basically. Right. And then you can use your speakers or a regular headphone.
Right, because the piezo is a preamp.
That's what I use the computer for. I plug the computer in, and I've got 3 gain modules in my sound application for increasing the volume. And I have to go through those 3 gain modules first in order to increase the signal enough to start to hear something out of it for the computer to start to work with it.
Okay.
So that's what you would do with putting an audio amplifier on instead, and then you would bypass the computer and just do it that way. And the same way, you could have an amplified microphone and put the signal into this circuit, and possibly it would work. It depends on if you want to transmit the signal, then you probably have to have a special circuit that would be a little different than this. You'd have to find out about that.
Okay, yeah, I'm wondering about that too. But I'm gonna guess that this would broadcast both in the atmosphere and also into the ground. I'm gonna guess that's gonna work this way because of we have our materials. I would prefer to direct it into the earth, but I think it's going to happen anyway, because if it's a magnetic field for the center of the earth, it's going to pull whatever it is. And all I really got to do is embed in that some amplitude and frequency modulations that will also get broadcast. This thing is broadcasting and receiving the stacker, right? It already
Well,
is doing that.
yeah, well, that's the thing. It's already connecting on different levels. And,
Yeah.
so
Finding a way to connect it and solving this diode problem. I think just the diodes would probably work. And I'm wondering if I need to put another wire with the diode going in the other direction. But like you said, it does work either way. The diode will feed also back as well, but only one, either the pushing or the pulling. So, okay, either way.
Mario, you're talking in the plasma way or in the physical level, preamplified signal, the resonance, the crystal, the role of the diode, the capacitor, because between the earth and the antenna, you have like a field in the capacitor. If you're speaking about the plasma field, when Mr. Keshe is saying you have the field, all the field in the universe, you disturb with one wave or one ray, you achieve magnetic, gravitational, and so on. If you want to talk about how to modulate this, how you mix the signal, how you have the carrier wave, how to mix, depend what you need, what you asking. Because when you put a question is not clear, I don't know, 10 hours I talking with you about physics, about music, about plasma, for explain what in this radio you need to broadcasting, you make the transmission, you want to listen to achieve a different, not frequency, let's say range of spectrum, because I talking also in the plasma way, depend what you, how you put the question for achieve the answer. Sorry for interfering.
yeah. Well, it's true. It depends on if you want to build a crystal radio for actually transmitting, your sound, your voice or something to the other side of the planet. It can be done with crystal radio technology, but hooking that all up to the stacker unit, that's a whole different ball game, and it may or may not, the user's experience will vary extremely in that sense. I was kind of lucky when I hooked up the crystal radio to my computer. I didn't know whether it would work originally, and it was kind of a risky thing in a way, and I discovered all kinds of amazing and wonderful things doing that. And then, you will discover if you try to hook up the stacker unit with crystal technology, you'll find all kinds of wonderful, amazing things too, once you get something to actually, work as it's designed to work and so on. But mixing the two is it's a little iffy, and like I say, user experience will vary extremely.
Well, when you consider that the fields that are interacting in these stackers are producing materials in the form of gases. So it's producing matter level materials. They're gas, but they're still materials at the matter level. And I'm just looking at it as a power supply and a way to connect into the earth that way. That's what I see. Yeah. So I'm just looking at it as a power supply. Since this will be powered from the gradient flow from the iron to the iron, a few grams of iron in my reactor and millions of tons in the earth, it's not going to be a power problem, right? So that should be no problem. And since the cup, it's not just a piece of nano-coated iron, it's got the zinc and copper nano-coated. So that's creating motion right there. So it's like rotating the fields. It's like having a generator, right? And it's got the tuning to the earth. So should be a way to tap into that. All I really have to do is embed into the signal, like if I can annotate on here, imagining that I'm actually can pump it into the earth. That would be the ideal. So when this gets pumped into the earth, like this, going in this direction, all I need to do is embed into this signal the amplitude and frequency modulations of my voice or whatever. And on the other end, if somebody can find the right tuning that I've tapped into it, then they'll be able to receive that on their speaker. Does that make sense? So,
well, it only makes sense. It doesn't make sense in the crystal radio way, but it makes sense in a way that if we interact with the stacker, then you're interacting with you know, the ethers basically, and you can communicate with people far away. That's what telepathy is all about, and you know, remote.
Why do you say it doesn't make sense for the crystal radio? That's the same thing that's happening here.
Well, because the crystal radio is very specific and it's tuned to certain things, and it will only respond in certain ways. And to have the stacker unit as something that's going to broadcast through the earth and come out the other side, I mean, Nikola Tesla had, he spent his whole life doing that and had equipment that cost millions of dollars, and as you know, diesel generators trying to generate the power to do all that. He didn't have just instant energy. He didn't have free energy to work with. He used diesel generators in his New York broadcasting thing with the huge tower and all that, Tesla Tower.
But the radio itself, but even the crystal radio, when it's you got the tap tuned to a certain frequency, so it taps into a frequency. When it goes along the lines, it in the frequency, you've embedded amplitude and frequency modulation, which is getting transferred here. And then it's that amplitude and frequency modulation that's pulsing the speaker that you hear. So it's the same, right? It's the same principle. And as for the power,
you're dealing with a bunch of electrons that are all, you know, people have got all the formulas and all the experience with moving electrons around, basically. But
well, I don't look at it as electrons.
The stacker unit's the different thing. It's, you're not dealing with just electrons. You're dealing with emotocons or something, emotional electrons instead of matter level electrons. And those emotional electrons are much more effective. You've already got your crystal radio circuit inside of yourself, and you've already got the transmitting and receiving capability. You don't even really need the stacker, and you don't even really need any circuits or anything else. All the circuits and stackers are just kind of auxiliary toys to play with, to have fun with, basically. They're not really required. You can get in touch with yourself without using a stacker. You can transmit to someone on the other side of the planet without having any devices at all. In fact, a lot of times the devices interfere with our ability to tune in with ourselves, because we get so preoccupied with the devices and whether they're working or not and so on and so forth, that we forget that we have the built-in transceiver right inside of ourselves. And all we have to do is tune it and put the energy into it and the attention into it, and bingo, it works. It's like when we were playing with, I mentioned earlier today, before you came here, I think, Mario, that we were using the magravs in the early days, the tetrahedral configuration with the rotating reactors, and Mr. Keshe was getting 129 Tesla spurts out of his setup, and there was about, I think there's 4 of us around the planet that had similar tetrahedral setups with their own particular GANs configurations and so on, all with rotating GANSes, and they were all going at the same time. In fact, we had a a channel set up where all the live videos were showing simultaneously. You could have a split screen with 4 different videos happening at the same time, and tuning into the to Mr. Keshe's as well. And we were basically tuning into each other. We could feel each other's reactors, and we were kind of putting our attention to the other reactors of the world, interconnecting them, making a conscious effort to connect ourselves, the ones that were participating in this experiment, and to help provide. We were pushing our energy into the 129 Tesla experiment. You know, our attention and our focus was on that to ensure success there. Like, and so we made that connection. I could feel it. It was very strong at that time. And it didn't require the crystal radio. It didn't really require the rotating reactors, but the rotating reactors gave us something to focus on, and we could tell, we could hear differences in the speed of the rotation, or we could hear or feel something different in our setup, and maybe it would reflect on someone else's happening at the same time, and so on and so forth. You can make more correlations, and you can have fun with it. It's hard to have just, you know, you can have fun with your body and you know, go into telepathy and all that kind of stuff. But I think humans like to have something outside to confirm our inner lives that way. It just gives us something as a confirmation of our existence in a way.
Well, yeah, I was actually watching those, and I was utterly fascinated. I didn't even understand that anything was going on, but you could feel, you know, there was proof of concept of a much higher level of thing going on, like you're saying. But here we are still 5.5, 6 years later, still speaking on Zoom with microphones and speakers. So I'm just saying, it couldn't hurt to try. And I see the similarities of the wiring of these stackers. And I think it's an unlimited power supply, so you don't need generators or anything. It should work. And if we can eliminate that, yeah.
I think it's a grand experiment, you know, to play with it, and just doing the mental work that it takes to work it through and figure it out and see if there is some connection there. Maybe there is something that you can connect with. I mean, I've done lots of weird experiments, not thinking something would come out, and all of a sudden, go, wow, look at that. That's really neat. And that's where you can really push the knowledge a little further. So,
well, and if enough people can figure out it, because it will take a lot of trial and error. But if there's already a few people in a group that I'm working with that will try to set these up, and I just try to figure out where to put a tap. I'm going to assume on the long wire down the side would probably be the best place to tap into, but I'm not really sure. And again, trial and error. And just a matter of time, sooner or later, it would work. It definitely would work. And if it'll work with audio, it'll be a way to hook up a monitor and a camera. And so then we could all have unlimited free connections, still at this level, but you don't need the Zoom. You're not subject to censoring, and it costs a couple of dollars for your whole setup, plus maybe the speaker and the camera and the monitors and all that, right? So eliminate the power structure and give everybody a way to communicate in this way. But you're right, of course, ultimately the goal is to understand you don't need any of these things. But on the other hand, Mr. Keshe did tell us to make these stacks so that we can learn that, you know. So I think it's worth the effort. I'm going to try to do this, but it's going to take a lot of trial and error and a lot of experiments. So I'll let you know. And if you have any ideas on where you think, looking at the wiring of the stack, where would the best
I would just connect somewhere near the top of the stacker and somewhere near the bottom of the stacker with those two main connections that we see there at the antenna and the ground. just before the ground. So you want it connected, you want your ground stacker unit, you want to connect just before that and just before the top unit, I would say. So
like on above where it goes into the water, and I guess both of those would have to be.
Yeah.
From the top stacker. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Just add
then,
an extra with the coil on the top.
And then the inductor is your wire, basically.
Yeah, the coil's going right straight down the middle, right?
It's acting as an inductor. It's got other coils attached to it and so on. It's all a bunch of coils there. And it's all, the whole unit acts more or less like a capacitor at the same time.
I think so. I don't need to put a capacitor in there, right?
Probably your interaction with the unit acts as that variable capacitor. That's that C1 is a variable capacitor, meaning you can tune it to different capacities. So that's essentially, that's you as the tuner there.
Yeah.
And the diode, I'm not sure exactly if that crosses over with the stacker. Some part of it could be a diode. There is a possibility of a diode. Just a coil in a salt solution is a diode.
It's a diode, isn't it? Yeah. I was wondering about that. I was wondering about that. Yeah.
It might be able to be incorporated that way. Otherwise, you might need something external in order to tune in. I thought of a way to create a diode, which I'd like to experiment with, is with a simple nano-coated plate, which would be this part of the diode, the upper,
right.
See, this diode is like, basically it's a point and a plate, right? So you got your pointy end here, it's like a triangle, the pointy end of the triangle's against this plate. And when you have a point and a plate, you've got basically like a one-way circuit, because the power likes to run out the end of the point and go onto the plate, and it doesn't like to go the other way around so much. So it likes to go one way.
Making a vortex coil, nano-coated vortex to a point, and then putting a plate there or something like that? Is that what your idea is?
Well, my idea was to use the nano-coated plate as the surface, and then what they used to do in the old days to create the diode part of this circuit is, instead of a diode, instead of that 1N34A diode, which is a germanium oxide diode, so it's one of those, you know, oxides, it's an O2 kind of thing right off the bat. It's a nano material, essentially. So what they used to do is have an actual chunk of germanium. I used to have one when I was a kid, a little, about a 1.5 inch piece. And you would have a needle-like thing, more like a safety pin kind of apparatus, that would probe that germanium crystal, that germanium oxide, and you'd probe it, and you'd have to probe different spots to find the right sweet spot, and then you could hear the radio station come in. It was like really cool. Oh, right. And you have to leave it on that spot, and then eventually it would fade, and you have to fiddle with your detector germanium diode once again with the little needle point on it, and find another spot where it could hear again. Well, it's very similar to what we do with when you have a nano-coated coil or plate, and you put the electrodes of a voltmeter on it, and your meter will start to go crazy. It'll have all kinds of millivolt readings off of this material. And if it was plain copper, you would never get readings like that. It's all the same zero reading over the whole thing. But nano-coated, suddenly you've got all these spots that are, you know, there's positive and negative voltages coming out of this wonderful nano-coated material. So I believe that it acts very much like a diode, and if you had a needle point onto nano-coated plate, especially if it's properly caustic nano-coated with many, many layers on it. The more layers, the better, probably, in terms of using that kind of process. I think that would work as a diode, and it kind of keeps in the same type of technology in a way, using the nano-coated copper as what the stacker unit keeps in the flavor of that, of the crystal stacker crystal radio unit, you might say, to make it that way.
Because when you nano coat it and you zap it, you're creating a one-way flow, more or less.
Well,
So,
it's more that the needle point of, say, a safety pin. I've actually just bought some safety pins for this very reason, and it could be that like they do, for example, use for, what do they call it? There's a certain type of microscopy that they use for nanotechnology now. That's basically a super sharp pinpoint, and they move that pinpoint over the material, and it's able to create a certain charge, and it's able to discern what that material looks like by the charge on the end of that pin. So, and also you can create like a diode from a plate and a pin type of setup, something that's very sharp. If you use high voltage with it, for example, you'll find the voltage goes one way much easier than the other way. So that sharp point will produce, it actually produces power in a way. It allows the electrons or motiontrons to fall off the tip onto the plate very easily, but they don't jump off the plate onto the tip so easily, because the whole plate is like the whole plate is charged rather than the very tip point where everything's focused on that needle nosed tip, right? So it allows the one-way flow that way.
okay.
There is a flow in that nano-coated plate as well, and that it has high resistance in the way that we're showing it here with the pin against the plate that way. And that's what you want in a diode, is high resistance one way, but it allows the flow the other way. So
Good.
being
Okay.
in that environment should allow for that.
Ah,
So it's something to
okay.
think about.
I think the biggest problem is going to be that none of our stackers are standardized. So however many turns I have, I can't say go to the third turn, you know, it won't, you know, so it's going to take a lot of trial and error. And then if it's connected right, it should definitely work. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't work, right? It should be able to embed.
You'll see why as you go along and actually try it and do it, and then, oh, that didn't work, then try something else, and you know, revise your theory, go along, and because it seems like you've got the theory of the crystal radio down pretty good. You understand, you know, about the taps on the coils and all this kind of esoteric stuff. So once you understand basically how the unit works, then you know, it's so simple and so basic that it works the way the universe works, essentially. With you know, there's many examples of this basic kind of circuit in probably in astrophysics, right through down to the nano level.
Yeah. Well, and it's all based on Tesla's technology, which Mr. Keshe said is correct. He did understand the workings of the plasma, at least magnetical, so one part of it. So it definitely should. Okay, so I'll let you know, Rick. And if I get stuck, I'll ask you some more. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, and I might be doing something similar at this end, so we'll see.
Rick, it's possible a little bit of comment in this picture for my point of view of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have two layers, let's say. the antenna and the ground, the earth. One is closer to the soul or to the other. You have the coil like a receiver, which means our skin. You have the C1, the condenser capacitor variable. It's your emotion is soul, and the point, the capacitor stable, it's C2, no? Your soul of man. The C1 is a soul of physicality, let's say, because it's variable. You have the diode, also always the bigger feed the weaker, let's say. In the diode, you have this point of passing, like a filter, because it's turning back, I don't know, 0.00, I don't know what volts, depend of diode. In the same manner, it's returning, no? Let's say you have the flow field of plasma from bigger to smaller. Also, you have from the smaller to the bigger feedback. Is this little point of returning feedback? You have the you have this crystal radio, because it's our image here. It's how interact the fields. You have the two souls, the capacitors, which means it's creating this C1 and C2 in the other capacitor between the earth, the plate of the earth, and the atmospheric. It's also the capacitor in the physical way. Or you can say the soul of earth and the soul of universe, of the sun. You have always two gradients, two layers. We are in the middle for harvest. The earphone or the speakers or microphone is not important what is. It's one way to translate this, let's say, frequency or alternating. We are saying emotion. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Yeah, very nice, Dan. Yeah, interesting, eh?
Hi, this is Lawrence from Hungary.
Hi, Lawrence.
I wanted to chime in and remind you about the simplicity of Mr. Keshe's teaching. He says that we are connected through the iron to the earth. And we have the iron in our blood, the hemoglobin. And I think he also explained to us how to create this hemoglobin guns. You remember the boxes, the first boxes we used, the first CO2 box, the zinc oxide box. And then when we used the galvanized iron instead of the pure zinc, and we added rusty iron nail into that box, we created the hemoglobin. You remember this simple setup, everyone?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think we could call our own blood the rusty iron too. And I think he also explained how to create the basic energy level ganses, the deuterium and tritium GaNs, and also the neutron GaNs, if you want it like this, through the creation of the CH3 GaNs. So I think whenever we have put a basic patch onto our body out of the ganses, we have already created this whole chain of events of creating and enhancing and opening the hemoglobin GaNs, which is the connection to the earth, and creating energy level ganses, which is basically the feeding material for the roots of our material structure. And we've been constantly using a circuit like this without the material circuit, but on the ganses level. So through the ganses level on the energy and the field connection. You understand what I mean? Want to go through the Keshe wiki again and look at the different basic boxes that we've been creating?
You want me to open the KF Wiki, you mean?
I'm just asking if you want to go through these basic processes again, because if we just look at how CH3 is being created and the hemoglobin GANs is being created, we have the connection with the earth through the iron as one of the main basic metals, which also forms our body.
Hmm. Okay, well, we could have a look at that, I guess.
So I think that there's two main things to look at. Firstly, the creation of the CH3 GANs. From the CH3 GANs, we created the energy level GANs by putting the CH3 GANs into the same basic container for the extraction of the carbon. Then we got the tritium GANs, out of which we created the deuterium GANs and the neutron GANs. And the other process was the setup for the CH3 GANs, and we put a rusty iron nail into it. And the rusty iron nail connected with the amino acids that formed on top of the CH3 box, connected with the CO2 at the bottom, created the hemoglobin GANs. You remember all these? And I think this connection that I just described through the CH3 is basically the feeding circuit that we've all been looking at, but not understanding how to apply, because it was so simple. It is much simpler than this diagram that we're looking at the moment. Because through the CH3, we have the connection both to the iron and to the energy level GANs.
And we even have a diode. That's what the LEDs are. They're actually a diode. You see the same electrical signal for it there. Interesting.
You know, I was going to ask you about that. Would the LEDs work with the crystal radio, or it's not the right kind of diode?
It's not the right kind of diode, but you know, maybe it will work in a different kind of radio. Maybe it would work in the kind that you're talking about.
Yeah, but yeah, I noticed that a long time ago when I look at the crystal. All of the GaNs materials, we use an LED, which is a diode. So you're creating a crystal radio in a way, and have a simple circuit with the wiring.
Yeah, or perhaps we could put a 1N34A diode in, the crystal radio diode, instead of the LED. That's an idea. That might be enough. That might be enough to create a radio just from that simple box setup here.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you need all 5 stacks in the cup? I don't really think so. I mean, that's for, who knows what Mr. Keshe has in mind for the 5 cups. You know, there's a radio is such a tiny little sliver, yet we're still dependent on it. It would be nice to be able to become independent of the need for us to log on to a Zoom meeting, wouldn't it? It'd be nice if we could all hook up our cameras and our speakers and our microphones directly to a cup and get everything we're doing now better, actually. Yeah, it would be interesting.
If you can hook up to the ethers and to the, what do you call it, the Akashic records, then you have all the knowledge of planet Earth available to you. That's what shamans and wise people do.
Well,
I know someone that claims to have the full knowledge of everything on planet Earth accessible at any time.
Yeah, but that's great, except that I'm still needing Zoom. I tried talking to you without it, Rick, and asking you, but I still needed to wait until it's time and ask you this way. I mean, in other words, as an interim, certainly can't hurt, you know. But I was wondering if that I think a simple GANS kit, maybe an iron GANS, would work just by itself in a much simpler circuit.
The point is, you remember, Mario, the universal body enhancement unit, as Mr. Keshe advertises it, is also a device that opens up that cage which our soul is being held in, connected so much to what we call physicality. And the point is, I brought up this whole hemoglobin stuff, and the simplicity of the boxes that we've been shown is that through the hemoglobin, if we affect the hemoglobin in our own blood, we can also affect it through our emotions. But this whole technology is a plasma dilution technology. We're opening up the plasma from tightly packed into a more loose configuration. And I consider our body through our blood also a plasma container, which is tightly packed through the focus that we have. We already have a connection with the universal, or else we wouldn't be living. But through our consciousness, we are, say, focused and connected to what we consider the matter state, the Zoom state, if you want. And we're, say, limited to our perceptions and to the means to communicate with. And the point of this whole technology, of all these years of teaching, is to open up that plasma container, which we call the body, without doing any harm, you know, just by rebalancing and creating a state or the effect of that plasma, which we call our soul, to be able to access, say, what we call higher dimensions, or the whole universe as it's been intended, or as it's been originally designed. So the reason why I brought up this connection with the earth is the reason that we've already have the knowledge and the explanation of how to tune in with the earth, because we are connected to the earth through our bodily systems, which is the blood system. This is the container that holds us here on earth. Each time Mr. Keshe explained when we're going to sleep, we're opening up that container a little bit, and our soul goes into its goes to travel wherever it wants to go and wherever it has business to do. But we can open up that container consciously by applying the technologies we've been taught, which are basically the first few simple boxes and the connections through those boxes, which energize the blood, or let the blood open up through balancing with the ganses that we create. The ganses, in my opinion, or my understanding, are as you say, a materialized version of universal cosmic energies. I consider it an appearance of what we originally called the black body radiation. We in physics have this black body radiation phenomenon, and we limited it to the notion of heat. We called it only heat as black body radiation. But I think, just as you always explain with string theory, we have when you plug a string, then not only that note vibrates, but also all the octaves and the sub octaves too. So basically, each string vibrates with the whole universe at once. And it's the same with this black body radiation. It's not only heat that's being emitted, but the whole spectrum of fields is being emitted from each body every time. We just didn't have the means and methods and equipment to measure those fields up until now, but because we've not been using those emotional and mental facilities in the scientific world, because we couldn't put equipment onto it. Now with the Ganses, we have the connection to those fields which are universal, and now we can understand how these operate. But the whole point is with the basics of these technologies, which are now expressed in what we call the Universal Body Enhancement Unit. But we've all been taught how to create these effects ourselves at home without having to resort to buy some expensive tool. We can open up that container, which is the body, without harming the container, and we can let the soul do its balancing and fields effect, which it has already been doing, but in a more efficient way, in a more universal way, not connected to Earth. So basically, this is why I advise to look back into what we've been taught years ago, because it's all there. It's the understanding that's been missing. Just remember that whenever you put a nano-coated plate below your reactors, you're shielding some of the fields of the Earth. So whenever you've been using a nano-coated plate, you've been already shielding some of your effects that are basically just like Rick's reactor, which is, turned to the side. We've been shielding some of those gravitational effects whenever we've been using a nano-coated plate. Okay, enough of ranting. Continue with whatever you've been talking about. I am used to not getting any feedback. Thanks for listening. Hope it helps.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Not sure where to go from here. We could have a look at the...
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Can I just make a comment to Lawrence? Well, it's good to hear Lawrence back again, because I think he's got some very precious knowledge. And I think it's great to have him back in the group speaking again. I think what Lawrence was speaking about just then with the CH3 and the bond and everything is very important. But I also think we're missing one thing. I think sometimes, Rick, as a group, in totality, we're trying to reach these certain points. But it's also, the totality is not just masculine, it's feminine, it's both. The creatures of the universe, do they have a sexual preference? Do they have, in their physical bodies, are they male or female? Or are they one gender and they choose? From what I know, that's so. So maybe on this planet Earth, maybe we need that deep connection between a male and female, or something along those lines to be able to move on, to do other things. Maybe it's not just one gender. Maybe it's a connection. It's the totality of everything. It's like the sun continuously shines, and everything, the totality below it, encompassing it, is the whole. So it's not just, you don't need just one part of it. You need the whole. You need all of it to be able to connect. I'm just wondering if there is something along those, my thinkings there, whether that's something that would help or change things in another way. Has anybody got any comments on that?
Dean, if you consider a ray of light, the ray of light has a beginning and an end. It starts somewhere and it ends somewhere. And through that feature, you already have a kind of polarity. So yes, we need to understand the whole, but through the whole, through the understanding of the whole, we understand that there are two ends of it, a beginning and an end. So there is what we call a masculine and a feminine built into the system by design.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Lawrence, but in a physical body on this planet, I know you're speaking about building reactors to try and leave this planet, but we are physical beings in the matter state in the present moment. We're still going to be human beings. That RNA, that
Hello?
We lost you there, Dean.
Hi, Rick. Can I jump here, please?
Yes, please do.
Hi, everyone. Lawrence, you are working with GANs. And if you look to the GANs, it has the 3 states in it. It's not only matter or emotion or soul. It's have all the 3. And even the light, you know, there is nothing such a thing beginning and end. It's only converting from level to another level. It's continuous. So you will never have an end for everything. Matter state or the GANs state or nano state or plasma state. This only convert from one energy level to another energy level. But one thing came to my mind. When you are working with the GANs, in which state you are working? Don't forget the coils. If you are making it, it is in the level of the inertia. So which level or which state of the GANs you are working and you are attaching it to the inertia you wanted to interact with. Thank you.
And wouldn't it seem that Mr. Keshe is taking us into this idea of the emotions that we weren't sure we had, or how to work with these emotions? These energies have a mass, I understand. So he's moving into using these emotions. We have the emotion of presence, we have the emotion of position, we have the emotion of knowledge, and now he's talking about the DNA and the RNA of the soul. So I think he's taking it up in these newer teachings to, and as Lawrence, and isn't the emotion in the blood? So you're creating a stronger field. You're going to be using these emotions, and that's probably how Christ and the Buddha and the others did things. I don't think they walked around with magrevs. I think they learned how to tap into these emotions and to power them up somehow.
Adding, Mark.
Yes.
If you remember, guys, one of the teaching, Paul from Togo, he made CO2 and CH3 without any plates. It's only from his emotion. And actually, no one picked him that. Absolutely no one. And came Mr. Cass said, and this is in the private teaching, he said, if you just look what Paul done, he didn't use a plate, he didn't use anything. Just he used his emotion and his will to have. If you progress in that when he said, whatever you want, you can create it between your hand. You don't need even the water.
And do you remember that story, Jalal, that Mr. Keshe told about people who stow away in the inside the jets? They climb up into the landing gear and they want to get from one country to the other, and most of them freeze and they die. I guess you don't hear about them, but he told about one guy whose emotion was so strong. He wanted to get to England or London or wherever he wanted to get to as a stowaway. Obviously, he couldn't afford to have a ticket or couldn't get a passport. But because his emotion was so strong and he wanted to get there so badly that even though he froze, apparently, or maybe he didn't freeze, but apparently he survived it and got out of the plane and got there. just on his, I say just, using his emotion.
Yeah, there is a lot. There is a lot of stories. There is a lot we see. You know, when you use your physicality in the benefit of your emotion, when you use your emotion in the benefit of your soul, it's all the three stages. Whatever you want to do, but who is for you are doing for what? For physicality or for the real soul of emotion, or for the soul of totality? And this is difference. It's the same thing what when you are with guns. In the guns there is a three stage. You have the matter state of the guns, you have the emotion state of the guns, and you have the soul of the guns. And which one you are working with and where you put it? You want to work with the matter state, or you want to work with let's say a gas state or liquid state? You need to identify, you need to, you know, not in a way tests, but separate the things you are working with, not like you put it in a mixer and everything and see what is coming out.
So Jalal, it's Dean here. Jalal, so you're hi Jalal. So you're saying that we all know that the higher always feeds the weaker, and so if you're working from a weaker position, it's going to be difficult. So when you connect with the higher position and give, so a thought and an intention, how important would that be?
Look, we are missing one thing. If you ask, you shall receive. That's the meaning. What? You are already connected to the higher source of energy. It's you. It's you. You know, all the time you are connected. All the time. When you ask, you receive. But a lot of times we forget about what we asked because it come later, or it appears in the same minute or the same second you are asking for, but it is not tangible for you. So you ask and you go. And if you really remember where you, what you ask and where you ask in that position, you go there after how much of time, you will see it there.
It's funny you should say that, Jalal, because I had a situation not long ago where I had a situation when I was in France where certain conditions were active and things were going on. And we were speaking about insects and flies and things. And this, I remember at the time, the flies and things were coming around me. I was sat in a position where I am now in Austria, and I was thinking back to those moments, which I know, but I was thinking back. And then all of a sudden, this fly materialized and sort of buzzing around my head and then disappeared very quickly. And it's that it's that emotion, connecting with the emotion and bringing something back and bringing a reality forward. So there's that point of emotion and need and everything else. It's
you know, Dean, you and me,
Yeah.
and Johannes. You remember when we were?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
In that particular time, in that particular day, do you notice what happened? You notice it, not me. I'm just the speaker. Whatever we speak about, whatever we think about, it's visualized in the same time what we are wanted. But
yeah.
Did we really ask for it, or was the emotion between us and the knowledge what we are sharing in that time? How many times is appears in the front of you?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Joe. That's very true. Yeah, with this knowledge and with when you deeply connect, and we three magrabs together, we're talking some deep, beautiful knowledge, and as you said, things were starting to manifest very, very quickly.
You know how many participants? You know how many participants here? 24. If you want something for you, maybe one of them will help you in shorter time. But if you want something which help all the 24 plus the 24 million plus the 24 trillions of entities. What they will do, every single one of them, he will support you with his feeling, he will support you with your soul, with his soul, with his energy, in the matter state, in the emotion state. You see, this is the difference. What you asking? Is it for you, or is it for your family, or is it for the purpose of serving all humanity, all the entities, and above, and see what will happen.
Yeah, that's very what you just said there, Jalal, is so important. It's very true. And whenever I've first come to the foundation, and everything was always to help the whole of humanity, and I always wished, and all my thoughts were in that direction. It was always in totality to help everybody. So I know what you're saying there. And once you start producing those sort of whatever you want to call them, mantras or thoughts, intentions on a regular basis, then you start to manifest in a much bigger way. So whether you want it to be a local amino acid, or you want that local amino acid to be for the planet, is a decision, is a choice, a thought. It really is that simple. And that, I think sometimes that's why we've overcomplicated things. We've gone through the whole process, looked at every single which way we could possibly do something. And as Lawrence has said, and you've just pointed out, Jalal, it's all within us and it's all there already. And now we just need to start realizing what we've just spoken about. Well, we've analyzed it and analyzed it. Now we need to focus, realize our truths. That's beautiful. Thank you, Jalal. That really, as usual with yourself, you've just opened another door. Thanks, Jalal.
Note, I think Mr. Keshe always explained about the common denominator. He also referred to this was watering the plants at the roots. And I think the bigger you want to go, the farther you get. You have to go lower. You have to be, humble in terms of energies. You have to go to you want to be lower than the creator, if that's understandable, to be big in terms of effects. And I think we all have to understand that we already are the Ganses. We can do all the things that these boxes do just by understanding how these things work and having the right emotions. And the right emotions are giving fields to the whole universe, because even if we consider or think of helping humanity, we are limiting ourselves in some respect to another layer of our own body, because as humans we already are part of that being that's called humanity, and humanity is also a form of earth, even though it's an abstract term that we are bound to. But in effect, through the Ganses and through that common denominator that connects us all, we are one with the whole universe, with the whole creation. This is the means of travel, that we think of a distant star, and we have the emotions just like the guy who's traveling on the plane through the gears, and we, through the gears of the universe, appear at that location. The thing I think we've committed us to as humans starts from Adam and Eve, when we considered ourselves bound to a piece of land, when we bound our thoughts to what we call the matter state, and that little piece of frequency of the whole creation. And now Mr. Keshe is just, diluting the plasma, diluting the container, diluting our consciousness that's been limited to what we understood as matter state. And I don't understand quite how it will work, but I think every one of us at the moment, as the flick of the finger, will switch to soul consciousness. And then all this Zoom and interference and the talk and the thoughts will just stop, and we will be one with creation, with the whole creation at once. Because as Mr. Keshe said, this is not something that's happening to us. only. It's not an exclusive limited right, but it's happening to all creation everywhere. Mr. Keshe even said that the creator itself, or herself, or himself, or however we may call it, will undergo a change of configuration. He said a diamond structure, singularity, or whatever. So yes, we're all giving energy to this transformation, which basically, if we consider that there's no time, in reality has already happened. So maybe we should look at it like this, and then it's already done.
Yeah, I think he's reintroducing man to the capabilities that he carries within him that we forgot about, we don't know how to use, and we have to be retrained, and that's what he's doing. And I always keep coming back to the statement that's in the bumpers. We're using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul. And that's why sometimes he says it's just a gimmick. But it's not. It does things. But it's a gimmick to get you into the upper level of the soul.
Mark, hi, it's Dean. It's all energy transfers. So as we all know this, so it's really down to a thought and an intention. That's an energy transfer. And that energy transfer can be from yourself to speaking to the creator and everything else in between. And as Jalal's just pointed out, we are connected continuously. We're always connected with everything we do, say, and touch and feel, but also with our thoughts, the plasma side of things. So I think we're now coming to a realization of ourselves again, and reaching that point of maturity. I think we're very. I think it's just, as I said earlier, it's focusing our thoughts and intentions in the right place. With the help of this group and all the beautiful souls that have been helping for a long time, I think we're starting to get very to that point, to that presence now. Thanks, guys.
While I have you here, Dean, have you seen Herbert lately?
I saw him briefly the other day. Yes, I did. He's well and doing his usual stuff. He's working with the Ganses and producing GANs for himself now and for everybody. Yeah.
Right. If you could ask him how he handles the amino acids, does he take it out? Does he separate it? Does he add a drop back in every so many times he's refilled his container with fresh water and recharge it with amino acids? Ask him if he could share something about that one time, and then you can share with us.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, I've watched him. We went through the process when we were in Linz, and I watched him do this. And he, at one point, he was skimming off the amino acids, put them into a jar. I've seen him refill up the cup of man, the cup of soul and stuff, and all the other ones, the plants and the matter state and everything. And he literally just poured back in fresh water, because the water salinity within the actual containers themselves were at a certain point. So he just poured back in fresh water, and there's no salt in it either. And as far as I was aware, unless he did without my knowledge, he didn't put any amino acids in. He literally just filled it back up with fresh water. As you get that as it gradually decreases just through just being vaporized into the atmosphere, and then he just refilled them back up. And I watched him do this process.
Yeah, Jackie was asking in class, and I thought Herbert would be one that works with it daily.
Yeah, we need, if Herbert's not present today, I will speak with him and I will get him to come back and speak with you guys, because to my knowledge, that's what he was doing. He may have been doing something different, but I'm fairly sure that's what Herbert was doing within the center anyway.
All right, didn't mean to bring us back to the matter state, so to speak.
Beautiful, Mark. Yeah. Always a pleasure. Thanks, Mark. I'll let you guys get to the next point, and then we can jump back in again. Do another jump in, Jalal.
While you're here, Dean, is it true there's no more access to the exhibition hall for the next 2 or 3 weeks or something?
At present, yeah, Rick, it's not open to the public. Obviously,
you're in lockdown in Austria.
We're in lockdown, yeah, but even that, we can still move around in the day. People, it's funny because I was speaking to a lady last night, and who said that she noticed, she went for a walk, and she noticed that there's a general feeling of amongst the people she knew that they're starting to just want to go out and go for a walk, and they're not just staying in their homes. I think this time people are starting of a certain consciousness and just not doing this, not towing the line, if that's the correct way to say it. They're starting to act in a different way. They just feel that I don't know. They're just freeing themselves from everything, the matter state. Consciously, they're freeing themselves from a system that's trying to lock them down. And I think that they're starting to expand their thoughts and intentions beyond the control, if I can say that. Well, I just did.
Yeah, I know in Denmark, I just saw some videos that they are having protests there as well, and I'm sure in many other places.
Yeah. We've just been speaking about it. It's when you feed intentions. It's like we were saying about the Zoom problems and everything. Don't feed it. Don't give it the intention. Just give it the intention of what you want. Create the reality, and don't feed it. That's how the whole. Well, I don't want to say the word, but that's how the whole thing works. It's layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of conditioning. And we're submersed in it constantly. And so we listen to whatever, we focus our intentions, like the radio, whichever direction we look at, there's another load of layers, and we sort of fall into those layers and then get soaked in them, and then respond and interact with those layers on a plasmatic level, the thoughts and intentions. Where if you keep your thoughts and intentions pure and focus where you want what you really want, then you start receiving that back. It's exactly what Jalal was just saying. It's where, it's happening all the time, constantly. We're connected constantly. So it can be nothing but your thoughts and intentions. You're creating your reality on a macro time, constantly. Everything you touch, feel, taste, you think, it's there all the time. And you always have a choice. It's that free will. You have a choice. So make the right choice.
So should we ignore the 8-ton elephant in the room that we all see, or not give it energy? I know Mr. Keshe said Sunday, keep your eye on the ball. So I wasn't sure if this was going to come up, or Rick wanted to cover anything about this, or what Dean is saying by not giving it energy, by not discussing it. But
I think it's a bit of both. It's a bit of both, Mark. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying about the elephant. I totally understand that. It's different. But I'm not talking about the big overall thing. I'm talking about on a day-to-day level with just your interactions. Right. So when you can't change, I mean, this big elephant, what can we do physically or spiritually or with our thoughts and intentions? We can only think beautiful things to change it. So the only thing you can really focus on is yourself. So focus on your reality around yourself, focus it. And then once you've created this reality around you that's wonderful, then expand it out. We've been told that the soul is all encompassing. It literally is from an atom to a multiverse, a universe. So we're on a planet, there's a tiny little speck of dust in the universe. So why can't we use our thoughts and intentions, our soul, to change this tiny speck of dust? Because we can go from a speck of dust to a universe. So we have it within us. Thank you, Mark. Anyway, I'll listen some more.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Well,
one more thing.
Yeah.
Consider this mask wearing that is a byproduct of this lockdown and the COVID-19. Mr. Keshe has been explaining that the CO2 we exhale is basically the feeder of our soul, because that's how the body feeds the soul whenever we exhale through our nose. And consider that through wearing of these masks, we basically increase the amount of feeding to our soul, because we're exhaling less and inhaling more of what we've exhaled. So in some respect, that this lockdown and the wearing of masks has a beneficial effect on our souls, because we are increasing the feeding rate.
So
yeah, I agree with that, Lawrence. Yeah.
You think blowing into a paper bag should be a good spiritual practice then?
One thing, guys. Mark, you said the elephant, the 8-meter elephant.
Whatever you imagine.
Okay.
I guess. Yeah.
Okay. When in the teaching, when you have the mercury in the fields of the mercury as matter state in the brain, in the head, what you do to change it for something else? Did you make the field of mercury to extract it out and fight it, or you would just give him something very tiny to change from mercury to gold? Do you remember that teaching?
Yes, I remember that. Mm-hmm.
So you do not need to fight it in the mean of, let's say, mercury is how much, 187, or you don't need this 187, let's say Tesla, to fight and to pull. And if you want to pull, you need more, so you need to go to 200, 250 to pull this 180 something. You just give it just a little bit, one neutron, and you change it from mercury to gold and plus a hydrogen level. So whatever is there, and you think this is very aggressive and very big for you to deal with it or to do something for it, just bless it and see how it will change. How many times, like I said, bless them, give them from your soul, and they will change because they are in the edge. They need only one thing to push them down.
You mean like the straw that broke the camel's back?
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, any other input from anyone about anything? See a comment from Hassan in the chat. I recall a teaching of Mr. Keshe about meteorism, where he said the creator is maybe two women. That's why we have Ella and Magdalene, I think he says. In a way, since we talked about crystal radio circuits, in a way, it reminded me of the inductor and the capacitor. There's a relationship between those two. The inductor is a coil which creates and maintains a magnetic field and allows that field to expand and contract in a certain way to create a certain resonance in that coil. And whereas the capacitor it's an electric field that's involved, not a magnetic field. So it stores electricity and allows it to have its ebb and flow in a certain resonance. And so when you hook them both together, you get what's called an LC circuit, which is an inductor and a capacitor. And if they are in resonance with each other, then one feeds the other. The electric from the capacitor goes into the inductor and creates a magnetic field. And when that magnetic field collapses, it creates an electric charge that goes into the capacitor and fills the capacitor and allows it to flow, and then it allows the flow back into the inductor, and so on and so forth. They have this back and forth motion that goes on called resonance, and that can be tuned to any particular frequency. And that's the taps that Mario was talking about earlier. Simply taps into different lengths of that coiled wire to create different resonances. And then the capacitor is variable so that you can tune into that difference in length of the coil in the inductor, and tune the circuit so it resonates in perfect resonance. And then that's what we listen to with the earphones. It gets magnified through the resonance. Otherwise, the signal would be so small we couldn't hear it.
Yeah, I think I've been thinking about in the same lines and giving it names, because we see effects in nature. For example, in the solar system, we know that the planets rotate around the sun on ellipses. So there's got to be some effect that is similar to what you explained, which holds those stellar bodies in place, and most probably in smaller scale, like atomic scale, we have similar kind of effect. So basically, there's some basic principle that needs to be working that keeps these forces in motion and fed. And I found a nice children's toy, which is called the nothing grinder, or also the bullshit grinder. Sorry, but that's the name that's been given. If you look up nothing grinder in Wikipedia, you see two sticks which are connected to each other in a cross in the center. So they cross each other's paths in the center. Yes, nothing grinder. And
sorry, I meant to type that into Google, but anyway, that's what I'm trying to do here. Yes. Go ahead, keep going.
And the arms then draw ellipses. And I think there's another interesting thing. The coil you've been mentioning. We've been playing with this Toraflox toy, the torus, that of the metal rings, one sheet of metal that's coiled into one torus, and you can flatten it, and then if you pop it up, you have the torus. You remember the toy you've been showing us for some time?
Oh yes, I highly recommend everyone buys one, gets one somehow.
There's a very interesting video on it, which is unfortunately not CC, so it's not Creative Commons. I can't recommend to show you here on the channel, but it's the Toraflox paradox by the guy who's called Mathologer on YouTube. And there's a children's toy which called, it's a vanishing illusion. Basically, when you open the torus, you have less coils than when you flatten the torus, because the length of the length or the diameter of the flattened torus is different from the diameter of the torus, which is expanded. And like this, you have the illusion of one circle appearing or disappearing. So if you consider that the whole universe is one word or one string, which is basically one torus coiled onto itself, and we have all atoms which are also tori, knots on this whole one string because it's reproducing itself. Then you have this basic force which creates the elliptical motion, which is the fields inside that torus coil create the effect of the ellipses around. And I want to bring this Torr-Flux paradox with the vanishing illusion. There's a guy called Sam Lloyd, Get Off the Earth, a children's toy. I think you can show that because it's more than 100 years old, which basically works with the same principle. You just twist two rings which are connected to each other in a certain way, and one of the guys disappears or reappears. And I think this Torr-Flux paradox is basically the principle of creation, of how we can make things appear or disappear. I will create a video on it or some kind of presentation that I can show to you for the next time to make my point clearer, because in the end, we need to have some kind of, conscious brain structure or understanding that we can work with so that we can achieve those effects. We have math and all these other things, our consciousness and understanding to be able to work on the world, on creation, on matter or energies or whatever we want to call them. So one thing I would kindly ask you to look at is firstly the nothing grinder or bullshit grinder, which creates these ellipses, and second, the Torr-Flux paradox, which is basically a vanishing illusion that you can create something or remove something without changing that what you are working with. And I think this is the one of the principles of how matter is created too. So basically, when you're adding one neutron or you're creating a heavier or lighter element out of an element, you're basically creating a knot onto, or removing a knot from the torus. You basically flatten it into the energy state, or you open it into the torus state. So just look at the video from Mathologer on the Torr-Flux paradox, and you will immediately understand how simple this whole energy to matter and matter to energy process is, because there is a mathematical principle or mathematical explanation of how it works. Thanks for listening.
I think you might have cut off there.
Thank you. That was nice information.
So this is the do nothing device. It's also called the trammel of Archimedes. You can see how it makes an ellipse with the outer part of this rod here as it goes around. Now the other thing about the torus, I had that somewhere here. I'm not sure what you wanted to.
You take the Torr-Flux that you have in your hand and you flatten it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You will have more, or less coils in the flattened state than when you open it up, because there's a difference in diameter of the coils when expanded in the torus or when flattened into the coil shape.
That's right. I've done that before. Mm-hmm.
And that's a so-called vanishing illusion.
Mm-hmm.
You can look at it. It's a so-called vanishing illusion where something appears or disappears depending on how you look at the same thing. because of its configuration.
Right.
And there's also a children's toy by Sam Lloyd called Get Off Earth. It's about 100 years old. It's a plane where the Earth is depicted. There's a certain number of people around, and there are two discs rotated on each other. And when you rotate the discs, one of those persons appears or disappears. And it's on the same principle of this vanishing illusion. And I wanted to explain how matter is created out of energies. It's basically the same vanishing illusion principle that basically have a string, consider the whole universe one ray of light, one word, one string, which is coiled onto itself like a torus. And through its self-replicating principle, because it has smaller tori, nested vortices, if you want to call it like this, which support the big vortice. And it's always the same principle that you have this vanishing illusion effect, that you convert that string or part of that string into a coil shape, just as you flattened it many times when you showed us this toraflux, or you open it up into the torus state. You have always the whole string, the whole universe in interaction with it, because it's one string, one whole word, but you can locally operate it with the same principles as the universe has been created. And you're basically applying this vanishing effect that you have one more or one less depending on how you look at it.
Okay, well, here's the famous Toraflux, but in a cheaper version. It's a no-name Toraflux, available at places like dollar stores. And this is in the inflated mode. So if we were to count the rings, as you were saying, let's say we start with this one here. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Did I count that one, or is that the one I started with? I'm gonna have to tag this somehow.
At 15. 15, I
think
is
it's
the number.
I think 15, yeah. Now, what happens when we collapse it into its more or less two-dimensional mode rather than three-dimensional, and we count the rings? We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, actually. 16 when it's collapsed, and 15 when it's in its expanded mode. So that's interesting. And so yes, collapsing of that, call it of a dimension or of a universe in a way, ends up with different, an illusion of a different number of basic fields that make it up, I guess you might say. So perhaps the three-dimensional version is an illusion in a way, or is the flat version the illusion? Or is it just a difference in dimensions?
The point I wanted to make was the nothing grinder combined with this. Consider that the nothing grinder is basically a circle in its center. It's not, if you consider the lines that the horizontal and vertical line, it's like the capacitor that you've been talking about which is charged and discharged, the electric and magnetic you've been talking about on the atomic scale. It's basically a circle within a circle where the outer circle is being traced by the lines that are being drawn by the cross in the center of that nothing grinder. And I don't know if you can follow me, but if you look at the videos on YouTube, you will easily understand what I mean. And both, because the toraflux is a circle, in both configurations, it's in a circle also when it's in the deflated state, in the flat state. And it's also a circle when it's inflated in the toroid state, because you have a circle running in the center, you know, where Mr. Keshe always says that we have the fields in the center as a ring going around in the tube of the torus. There where what we're looking at from the side now, yes. Just like your fingers tracing the magnetic field lines in the center. So basically, in both of these configurations, we have a nothing grinder built into the system in terms of forces. And that nothing grinder is constantly tracing elliptic fields around itself. And I think this nothing grinder atomic model is basically what we are going to be able to scale up into to work as what we consider the solar system state or the atomic level state. So it's going to be a universal model of creation, which we can explain the different phenomena much easier with. Because I had a crazy thought, maybe you will laugh on it, but consider that Mr. Keshe explained to us that when we eat something, we are not consuming that thing, but we are converting it into a Ganze state, and the energies are converted, and then we convert those energies back into cells and whatever our body is creating. So consider if we are, if the energies that we are holding after our death are used to create universes, solar systems, stars, whatever we want, is basically we are being consumed by the universe back, and then we are materializing as a star, for example, or a planet, or whatever creation we are taking part with. So this effect of appearing in some kind of spacesuit or in some kind of expression of energy, what we call matter state, for example, we need to be able to practice this and understand how it works in terms of how to do it operational, just like putting on a piece of cloth. It's like Mr. Keshe said, we will be able to think of a distant planet, and when that planet accepts our energies, we will be pulled there, and we will materialize there in form of what's best suited for that environment, just like the spaceships or whatever we may call them. So I think this this principle of materializing and going back into the energy state, we need to somehow understand it with our minds. We need to, visualize it so that we can operate on it. And this is why I brought up this crazy thing with this nothing grinder and the toraflux paradox, so that we can think of it. The more people are involved, the better it goes, and the quicker the understanding.
Rick, can I add something to this? I have a couple of drawings, if I could show you. Would it be all right? I have to share.
Go ahead.
Okay, I have to share. Okay, all right, these drawings, you're seeing the one drawing here. I've showed this a bazillion times. This is your vortex here that you have. It's a ball inside a ball inside a ball, and it's multiple layers. It's infinite number of possible layers. The ratios of those are the harmonic overtone series, right? So you've seen this a million times. But in your vortex and in this structure here, we're missing something where these black dots are. This was something I showed a partial drawing of this to Mr. Keshe, and I said, what is this? What have I drawn? And he said, draw it all the way out, you'll find out. So I got another drawing here. I'll show you this one. This is what it looks like when you draw it all the way out. You see this? Can you see this, John? The skin. The layer, and every one of those layers has a skin. So I only drew the layer of the skin on the outside. In other words, where one of those field lines, where one of those black dots are, if I annotate on here, you'd have a black dot here. You actually have the essence of creation. You have this field going around, oops, what happened? Going around like your vortex, interacting with another field going around in this direction, and then they drill in, and then they create this. And see, the essence of creation is where the soul sits there. And then the field goes in and comes back out and continues on its way back around and feeds and drills into a central core here, which is emanating the whole total structure. So it's the creation of these 12 in 3D. It's a ball. It's there that creates the container. Otherwise, the fields would just continue to go out and you just bleed out. So it's the essence of the creation that creates the skin. So when this field goes out and it goes into this central core here, when it comes out, it gets reflected back in by the skin. And so you have magnetical, gravitational, feeding in here. So the creation of the skin creates the creation of the soul here in the center. Without this, you can't have this, because otherwise it's just the rays radiating out. And so the skins, which these 12 plasmas, which all have the same shape as the totality of it, the skin creates this. So in effect, this is the soul of the unicos. These are the universes. The universe, without the universes, the soul of the creator has no confirmation of its own existence. See, it's interesting. So you have to remember that it's all about creation. You have the essence of creation in there. And it's this drilling of these holes that we call gravity. So you have the magnetic fields, but then you have magnetic and gravitational fields in a direction. From the standpoint of the center, it's magnetical. From the standpoint of this guy, it's gravitational. This one sends a field back out, it's magnetical, but from the standpoint of this guy in the center, it's gravitational. But so you have the direction of the flow, like rivers, like arteries and veins. So this would be the artery, goes to a capillary, creates a cell, comes back around as a vein, feeds back to the heart, right? But without the capillary, this can't exist, right? And without the heart, the cell can't exist. So, right, this is really interesting and easy to lose track of. And you can't create this with the little vortex, but you see, and this only has one skin, but there's another skin here in this layer that I didn't draw in because it would just fill in the lines. There's another layer somewhere here. It's hard to see in this drawing. And there's your ball inside a ball, inside a ball, inside a ball. They have to have containers.
Mario, do you allow a little add-on to what you're explaining? There's from the nothing grinder, you can look up on Wikipedia another concept that's being linked. It's the so-called Tushy couple. And that's basically a simplified version of the yin yang, or what you're explaining as a flower of life, or whatever you may call it. Rick, would you mind opening that picture you've been showing, the page from the Tremor of Archimedes with the nothing grinder, and then scroll a little bit down, and then you have the Tushy couple and the C also points. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Working in the background here. So from there to...
If you scroll down slowly, there are some nice pictures that you can see the ellipses being drawn. And yeah, stop there just for a second so that you can see the six-sided six-spoke wheel that's drawing the ellipses, or the two-spoke wheel on the left that's drawing the ellipses. Then you can see this beautiful image with the net, and the third picture, which looks like light. And then if you go down to the see also section, there's the Tushy couple, which is basically a big circle with a small circle inside, because now we've all understood that the cross that's drawing the ellipses is basically on a circular path, or as are the spokes of a circle. See also in the Tushy couple, look at the Tushy couple. Maybe that explains. You see that circle? That's basically the same nothing grinder. The nothing grinder is the red thing in the center. And this is basically the yin and yang, if you want it like this, with only one force showing, say the yang force, the magnetic force showing. And this, I think, is the simplest representation of what we call light, because there's two forces within each other, and those two forces, then this is the toraflux in the flattened circle perspective, and you can flip it up, and even in the inflated configuration, it has the same properties. And like this, we can see or understand the effect of what Mario has been explaining and what Rick has been explaining earlier about the magnetic and the gravitational, the electric and magnetic, and the capacitance, the charging and discharging. It's the whole thing in one model, which has been given to us as the yin and yang. So the yin and yang is basically the symbol of creation, just like these simple mathematical formulas or geometric shapes, because they explain how energies are converted to matter and matter is converted to energy. You can have two spokes on that wheel, you can have 6 spokes on that wheel, you can have 12 spokes on that wheel. It depends on the configuration. And I think it's like having this toraflux, and you can, depending on how big you coil or how big you inflate the toraflux, you will have different number of spokes on that torus. So basically, the number of spokes or circles on the inflated torus will determine what matter you receive. If it's more spokes, then you create a heavier element. If it's less spokes, you create a lighter element. I think we need to be working on models that explain the phenomenon that we use, so we can work with it on a mental scale. We also need to have the emotional clarity and purity, of course, to be able to interact with these models, or else we will not see any effects, just like with our devices. But I wanted to invite you to think about it, because I think we're all working mostly in a plasmatic state without words, in our dreams, in our thoughts, etc. And sometimes we connect just to, express that we are for each other here in Zoom. Are you able to follow me? Are you with me?
Most of the way. there's lots of room for interpretation according to one's personal preferences. So, but yeah, good idea. I like that. It's an interesting phenomena. It's also interesting that this came from Nasir al-Din al-Tusi, born in the town of Tus, Iran, back in 1201. And he did a bunch of work with mathematics. And that was one of his things he worked on, apparently. Anybody else have any comments or ideas about that? Well, Lawrence, I think you've left us bamboozled once again. But no, this is good. It's another clue we get along the way, and just things that are indicated that we can pay attention to. It might be important at some time later when we're in some higher dimension, and we might think back and go, oh, this is what was meant by the Tusi couple. Now I understand.
Just another expression of the yin and yang. Consider, you know, we have Mr. Keshe always explains about the principal matter, you know, the creation of the atom. You've been linking it in Facebook, this nice video where we have the principal forces, the neutron, then charging up and splitting into the proton and the electron, still connected with the first neutron, and then we have this trinity. So basically, it's the same thing as explained there in my understanding, and just from a different point of view, with tools that we've already been looking at earlier as mankind, but in a different perspective. I think just as Mr. Keshe has been explaining, that we should be looking at the atomic model in a different way so that we can work with it more effectively. I think we should look at this whole creation process with tools that we can understand, which are simple and easy. And I think this this model with the nothing grinder and this Tusi couple, which is basically half of the yin yang showing, is basically something that we can simply understand if we work with. And the vanishing illusion thing is basically also something that we can simply work with, so that we can, get a grasp of what we've been talking about, how energies are converted to matter and how matter is converted to energy. Basically, I think even if it's far-fetched that Mr. Keshe is talking about it, but we will be doing the same with our body. The body is not different from the deuterium atomic model as any other thing. So if we can work on that scale, we will be able to work with our bodies too. So basically convert or as Mr. Keshe said, put the body into the soul as an envelope, and then travel with the soul wherever you want, and then return into the body state, or that state what we call body in that environment. So we have to understand how it works so that we can apply it. It's the same as with working with the ganses. The working with the ganses as a metaphor in some respect to what we are and who we are already. It's the three main and basic metals that the energies stick to. That's why we've been taught the boxes. It's the same with the light. It's something simple in principle, which is then seemingly complicated in practice. But if we understand the simplicity, then we can work with it. It's like, you know, knowing where to hold the hammer.
Hi, it's Barbara. I would like to make
Hey,
a
Barbara.
comment on the yin and the yang and watching all this. What I know about yin and yang, I have a girlfriend that she's a Chinese medicine doctor, acupuncturist. You know, when you look at the symbol of the yin and yang, there's the black and the white. And how she described it is that, because I do acutonics as well, is we would use the sun as yang, and then the moon would be yin. So that's the balance. So in our seasons, we have different seasons, the hot seasons, cool seasons, and during the day, we have the sun, and then at nighttime, we have the moon. And then the moon would be considered yin, which would be bring on water and stuff like that. So we can't have too much sun because then things burn, but we can't have too much rain and darkness because then things start to flood. So it's the balance. So when I see this, thank you, balance, it's always trying to find balance. So I'm thinking maybe the moon is magnetical, or maybe is it gravitational? And the sun, I'm trying to think of what poles in that, because I was corrected on it's not heat, but it's gravitational or it's magnetical. So those are always finding balance. And we get this in our seasons, and we get this in night and day. And this is how all things work, is finding that balance. So when I look at all the magnetical and gravitational, there's always a balance. Even when we were talking about the one cup and one life, when we were talking about putting heat into our place, so, I'm trying to think, what was her name? She was talking about, you know, spraying the one cup, and the second cup's on the windows, and we're spraying on our walls and that. And she talked about always finding balance in the home. There would be different things. So we always need a pair of things to create balance. So that might be the magnetical and gravitational. And that's how it keeps on spinning, is always finding balance. And somebody was talking about the male and female. That would be the balance, that we always need, that the yin and the yang, the gravitational, magnetical. That's what I'm sensing from all of this. Thanks.
Hi, good morning, everybody. If I may add something. Hello?
Go ahead, Marinus, we hear you.
What did you say?
I say, go ahead, Marinus.
I was just commenting, it says Meredith, that actually I heard that, so she can elaborate on some of the things I was trying to express. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Can I design over your picture, Rick?
I think so. You'll have to activate your magic wand there, the annotate.
Okay. Okay. Oh, too late. I changed it. Okay. And then I have a white page. Can I do something? I have white page.
Oh, you want to mark on the whiteboard? Is that what you're saying?
I did a mistake. I went to white page instead of your picture. I like your picture.
Okay, then you have to go to annotate instead of whiteboard.
Yeah. All right. Annotate. Annotate is document signet. Photo document URL signet ekran.
What? No, I don't think so.
French. It's in French.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Can be found with annotate in Zoom?
No,
in Zoom. It's not outside of Zoom.
It's in the telephone in the left, right, in the button when it's sharing to others picture. Now, right now you don't have because it's not sharing nobody.
Yeah, I don't have any. Okay, I take the white.
Okay.
I take, okay. So this is the whole thing. I cannot write. I cannot write.
We see your screen, whiteboard, white screen. It keeps going in and out.
Okay, that's the whitest screen. But why don't I have these pens?
Upper your microphone. You have the pencil.
No, I don't have pencils. It has a croix over that. It's close. Okay. No. Sorry.
Don't worry. Saying the words and somebody else is drawing what you're referring what you are saying.
I want to have whiteboard. I'd have whiteboard, but I don't have the stilo, the pen.
You have view options at the top of your whiteboard. You keep eliminating the whiteboard. Okay, you got the whiteboard up now. Do you have anything? What do you have on your screen beside the whiteboard?
Nothing. I have a pen. All right.
You have a pen.
I love you. I love you. I love you, Mr. Rick. Okay, I have a steel. All right. So if we imagine that's a whole, we need transmutation in yin and yang. Means from one thing to another thing. So it's the dance between the two. Like if we think it's the black, white, there is a white one in it, and that's the white part. So at the outmost black, the grain of the white one becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, like that. And the black one is becoming, I'm taking everything out. And the black and the white one is becoming like that with a small grain of black inside this. I mean, we need to interact between two things, opposite, complementary. We cannot have one without the other because it stays static. It gets boring. So to have a movement, we need two opposite things that complete each other, like a man and a woman. They have to love each other to create a movement. So we need two things, right? That's why they say they put black and white. It's not always in this form. That's the optimal form. But sometimes it becomes more white and less black. And that's what they say, that the balance is out. Like you eat too much sugar, so they say too much sugar, you eat another thing to make a balance. Or you have, as she said, too much rain. It's not good, we need more heat to create a balance. So it's a transmutation from something to something else. And there is no value, this is good, this is bad. They have their own place in the whole thing. Otherwise, there is no movement. Or something, if you turn it, it might go up and then go down. Or like the heart. the beating of the heart. It comes, the blood comes in, the blood goes out. That's the beating, ding, bang. You know, low, down, low, high, low, high, low, high. Or left, right, left, right, left, right, black, white, or yellow, blue, yellow, blue. You know, it's always like the two opposite makes both of them move. It's a challenge. We create a challenge. Life is a whole challenge. Life and death. So we have a movement between the two. Any question?
Something that just came to mind. Perhaps this is why we're having so much turbulence on this planet with hurricanes and tornadoes, with everything that is going wrong with the planet, is because there's not a balance, because we've been taking from this environment, you know, with the fossil fuel and raping the resources of this planet. And this is probably why mayhem is starting to create. And even with the powers of evil and good, love and hatred and everything like that, we need to have a balance. And so that just came to mind. Thanks.
That's again the law of plasma. Means somebody who has too much has to give to the other one, and this one takes from this one. When we live in a place, society or whatever, somebody takes everything in, what do you think it happens to this one? What do you think people, Rick, Jalal, whatever, what do you think it happens? What does it happen to neutron when it becomes big? It explodes. These people, this thing is getting too much. And this is getting very little. It has to give to that other one to create a balance. Otherwise it explodes. It's not in balance because some have much, some have very little. As simple as that. There is no balance in having. You understand? And our souls, in my opinion, show that our souls suffer. The earth suffer. The whole thing related to earth and us suffer because there is a disbalance in here. Too much of something, too much of antagonism and not enough love. So what happens to this? Somehow it's getting to explosion. Do you understand?
And greed and poverty and starvation. There's people that have way too much money, and if it was all to be balanced out, everybody would survive.
Without going to, okay, this is too much greed. Like they have everything, right? All the means in here. And it's a little material for others. They are exploding themselves. You understand? This is not balance. You understand? This would explode. I don't know, anybody of you knows what a plasma gets too fat, too heavy, what happens to it? When a neutron gets, how does a neutron breaks? How does something explode? Because these people don't give. It's out of balance. Anybody understand? The balance is out. Too much and too little. If they give some to others, then there would be more balance. Then everything would go to harmony.
This is the view of duality. It's not
Yeah.
Trinity.
No, it's not Trinity really. It is duality, but maybe we can use soul, which is in common, as the third one. Because our soul and their soul and the whole soul somehow is connected. So maybe that's the third one. The soul, the whole, the soul, collective soul.
Well, if you look at the yin yang, you have, it's basically, it's a spiral going in one direction, a spiral going in the other direction, but you have the yin yang, but then you have the totality of yin and yang. So you have a trinity, right? You have the ball itself, yeah? So you have trinity, 1 + 1 = 3.
Like
right?
in this one, the black one is maximum yang, and this is the maximum yin.
Right, and if you draw a spiral going in the opposite direction from the inside out, you get a yin yang symbol.
No, in any direction, it goes the same thing. If it's less yin, it becomes like that.
No, I mean no, put your spiral back. Okay. Let me see.
A spiral for me means gradual.
Well,
gradual movement to bigger or to smaller.
That's okay.
Because we don't have revolution, we have evolution. Like we have 9 o'clock PM, then it's 10 o'clock, then it's 2 o'clock AM, and then there is a light, white light in the sky. And then that white light becomes bigger and bigger. At 8 o'clock, it's the light. At 12, it's completely light. And then it becomes getting more and more yin, becoming less and less from the sunshine and going towards night. So we have the maximum, I make it more complicated. The maximum of dark is just when the small light appears, which is in 4 or 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. And the maximum of yin and the maximum and the minimum of yin starts in the maximum of sun. When you see this small grain of black, it starts going to after the PM and going to dark night. It's always the transmutation. One takes more force, one takes more force, but they always have to be connected. But when something gets out of control, it cannot be livable. It cannot exist anymore. It's big, just for me, in my opinion, it's just before it explodes, because it's not viable. Like you put 600 kilos and somebody 150. It's not viable. At what moment it breaks? You understand? It take, it doesn't give. There has to be a mutation to make a challenge, to make a movement, to make this dance going on. Unless otherwise, both of them, they go each one aside, they explode, they divorce. So it's always the beautiful dance. For me, it's more like dance because it's so harmonious. It's so, for me, that's the harmony, little by little. And now we are forcing. The planet takes all the things. There are those who take all the things for profit. They don't put it back. They take it from people that they don't give it back. And they are getting fat and fat and fat. And it's natural, they explode. You understand? When in the plasma, when one plasma doesn't give to another plasma, which is the same strength, what happens? It explodes. It has too much. It doesn't fit in the image. So what we need is balance and human being. And there are the greed. They don't want to give up, and they are condemned. It's law of nature. It cannot persist. And they can do whatever unless they bring back things to the balance, they would explode.
Mr. Keshe is saying is not enough. What I thinking, I understanding. Mr. Keshe is saying is not enough only balance your soul, physicality soul, and your soul, because is needed the second balance with the others, with the other beings, other souls, other interaction, not only my inner. For this reason, I saying the Trinity, because when it interact two yin and yang, it create the balance in these two positions, but in the same time, it's burn the third element inside, creating like a boundary. In this boundary, it's in balance with inner.
I understand. But don't forget this plasma is completely between the others. They are stick together. You know, they are related. This plasma is related to this one, is related to this one. It's all, there's no empty place. There's nothing empty. You understand? If there is a place which is empty, something comes and fill that emptiness, no matter what size.
Yes.
It's like water. It follows and takes place. There is no emptiness. It's all filled.
More you give, more you receive. No, you empty your cup, but you receive not from you to full in the cup, to the others who you give it.
They receive in happiness. They receive in balance. The extreme joy is that when we are in balance and move all with the same, in the same pattern. But something which is out of balance is not a happy one, because the soul also is out of balance. And the soul of community pushes it where towards out, towards explosion, towards rejection. You understand?
Like you are saying, it's for have the movement, the motion, you have always imbalance. Something is imbalance for moving. Mr. Keshe is saying when you are in balance, you are move in other dimension. Because you don't have nothing to give, nothing to take. You are balancing. It's needed a little bit imbalance for searching, for create the movement.
Yeah, maybe like an ill person who is so much worried about physics. They are so much worried about gathering. They forget their spiritual part because it's all the time in fighting to have more and more. So they get a cut from the whole spirit for the whole things which are doing their job, which are in this stream where they're dancing, and this one is taking all, and then it's not happy because it's not normal, it's not balanced, and it's cut from the soul of the entirety. For me, it's like something like that. You know, like when we are sick, we're so much busy with our body, we can't be spiritual very much, right? We are too much in physical. And that's a kind of illness, because they're too much occupied with physical, too much worry about physical. the spirit doesn't have a space to be taken care of.
It's not making excess in everything. It's needed to moderate, like mother or grandmother of Mr. Keshe saying. It's in your life is needed to be balancing in the moderation without excess. No more, no too much, not too. Okay, I catch up the idea without tomato.
Yeah, and they live longer, you know. When you are always in balance, you can go up to 120. These people who live balanced life, but anyway, they also get out of the whole thing, the whole balance of our whole thing, because they bother others in a way, you know. When something gets too much and doesn't give to another one, it creates an imbalance with the environment.
This is why people that have lots of money, I mean, everybody says money's the answer. How many people have you heard that have committed suicide that are multimillionaires? Is there because they're trying to fulfill their emotional needs in a physical way, and it's not doing it. They're empty, and this is what people have been longing for. They need to find balance. When you work too much, you spend too much time in work, what happens? You're out of balance. You're out of balance with your family. You're out of balance with your own health. Everything is about balance. And when we find that balance, that's when we have enlightenment. And when we give, we receive constantly. But if you keep on taking and taking and taking, and you're so worried about it, you get out of balance because you forget what it's all about. That's the greed and that's the power. And that's what we're in that transition, is that we need to find balance, because people don't need to starve. There's enough to go around, but the people that are greedy just want to take, and they don't even know what to do with it. You know, it even says it in the Bible that it turns to moths. Like, what's the sense of hoarding things when somebody else can have it? I get blessed with things all the time. People will give me things and I'll say, okay, so, you know, I don't store it. You know, I see somebody that needs something, here, this is for you. I will get things, I don't sell it, I give it away because I didn't pay for it. Why should I benefit from it? But there's people out there that will rape people because of that. We need to find balance, and that's what this time is all about. Thank you.
We cannot judge also, because the law of life does what's right somehow. So we cannot judge also, because there is a little black point in everybody. There's a little black white in everybody. So we just have to be careful it doesn't get out of control. We cannot judge because we are not in their place. But maybe Mr. Keshe came, or people like him, to advise people, okay, I propose you something else. Try if everybody is satisfied with this new one. You get energy, I teach you energy, you give peace, and see how it works. That everybody gets satisfaction, I hope. So that was what a little bit I can understand. And it's up to you to add or to. But anyway, yin and yang in one word is a transmutation from something to something. And the stages between all of that, black and white, gray, light gray, and things like that.
Gravitational and magnetical. There you go, the balance.
And the degrees between. That's the little I know.
Okay, thank you, Marinez. Barbara?
You're welcome.
Any other comments or insights on that?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, well, lovely what was just said then. This is John Kane. I've not been on for a while. I just wanted to jump in on the things I've heard today and last week. But yeah, I think you're right. The yin and the yang. It's like the masculine, feminine, the polarity of positive, negative, and at balance, you're at 0 point. So, we're talking about the universes and torus fields, which is like the higher field of energy that creates the soul essence. I can get a feel for. But when you do get that balance, it's like when they say your own yin and yang, it's your own twin flame. You balance your own masculine and feminine, regardless of you being male or female, to be in balance. And that's from the, I don't know, the brain sense of it, from the reason why I've not been on as much. I've been trying to get into touch with my perspective of the soul and the higher self and the connection. And I just have a little bit of a conflict with Mr. Keshe in a sense that I believe that the soul is from the heart, not from the brain. I feel that the pineal gland or the brain is the seat of the higher self, or the position of higher knowledge out to the universe. But then you've got the lower self, your lower chakra and connection to the to the core of the earth, and that's the the negative energy in terms of our energy body. But I've just been looking at the geometry as well. I mean, at the spiral time or the spiral energy, and to me, geometry creates the form. That's matter. That's where I've done a bit of a presentation, which I'll share with you all, whatever, if that's of interest to people. But I've been trying to expand on the knowledge of Tesla's thing with the 369 within the nanogon, which relates to the solfeggio scale of your chakras, and basically I'm trying to think outside of the dodecahedron, not the box. I'm trying to think beyond even plasma, even beyond the whole creation of what we're discussing. That's where some of my downloads have come from, and I've do some sort of geometry to expand on that outside of like the ether, the dodecahedron, but trying to bring some sort of understanding of the spiral energy within that. And what I did find was I've used some numerology and some numbers on frequency. For instance, in the solfeggio scale, we rate from 174 hertz, say on your lower chakra, up to 963, which is your crown chakra, and that's like your third dimensional. I'm trying to put it into multi-density energy forms from your soul essence. So like the star formation, for instance, that you reference, which is a two tetrahedrons interlocked, that to me represents what projection of reality we are experiencing with our consciousness. Like the tips of the pyramid of that tetrahedron are like a fourth density or fourth dimensional energy projecting onto a third dimensional plane, which creates like the body of the planet. For instance, I believe that geometry is at the core of the planet, in terms of that mixed in with the gravitational energy and magnetical that passes through the core, through the 0 point. So on an expansion of that, I believe that there's densities of signature energy over the top, or geometry built over the top of that, which then creates the atmosphere or the energy body on your physical body, your nervous system, and then go beyond that to your emotional body or the planets. Torus, the torus field then is built of that sort of geometry, and I've just been looking into trying to get an understanding of all that, from a macro to the micro, how our chakras seem to represent the planets in the solar system, and then from the sun being the crown chakra, Mercury, third eye, and then throat is Venus, and then the heart is the earth, which is where we get to. And then you go down to, for instance, Saturn, which is your lower chakra, with the hexagon on the top, for instance, which is representing the sixth planet from the sun, which is how the geometry seems to tie in with where I'm coming from. But then you get to, Uranus and Pluto, and does that represent like the uranium and plutonium in the elements that we work with within the physical at the moment? So, and apologies for just blasting all that out in a sense, but I do have like a bit of a presentation to try and simplify some of the geometry, but also explain the spiral of. Sorry, Rick.
I was thinking, would you like to do a presentation here maybe next week or some following time? Like, do you have something you
can do that, Rick.
That'd be great to
I mean, I
your
could,
perspective.
Yeah, I could. I mean, I could screen share it now, but I didn't know. There's an odd picture
no,
on, but I don't.
No, I'm exhausted, and we're into 3 o'clock in the morning here. I've been going for 5 hours straight, and no, it's not for today. I'm into ending things here soon. But it'd be great to have a presentation next week or sometime if you're able to attend next week. Would you be able to do that?
Yeah, I'll try and. I should be able to, Rick. Yeah, I'd like to just be great to share it. I've been sat on it for a while. I have put it up, but the time feels right. And from what the lady's saying, there's an influx of balance. The whole of creation of what we've created on the planet's been produced by the collective. From power stations to energy to where all this wealth, the oil. And just going back to oil's not a fossil fuel, it remanifests as like our blood does. So it's, false perceptions and the deception of the knowledge that's made these people rich, and they've kept it. And like you say, I think there's a redistribution required to bring balance back on the planet. And that's why I feel now I want to share my sort of input. I hope it helps on some level, and I'll be happy to do that, Rick. I'll think I'm okay for next Wednesday, if that's okay. I'll be in touch and share that with you.
That'd be great if you can put together some pictures or have it sort of planned out, and that'd be perfect.
Yeah.
I've
got a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, right, great.
Yeah.
How long will it take? Maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I can go through it probably within half an hour, 20 minutes, about 40 slides.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. I often call for help in the first of the workshop. Please, is there anyone who has something to present? And it's usually quiet till we get rolling, and then all of a sudden people have their opinions and things to offer, and all this stuff comes out. So thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for sharing. Thank you everybody for sharing. It's been quite the interesting discussion, and what I've noticed over the few months that I've come to the Keshe Foundation, we're all starting to get elevated in all different ways, and we're coming together as a collective. And the other thing is that we are starting to have similar thoughts and feelings. So there's a lot of synchronicity and validation. And if you didn't get a chance to watch the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, I would highly recommend listening to Tons, I believe his name is, presentation, because he ties in spirituality with the GANs, and that was a very good presentation. I really enjoyed it because for me, it helped me to tie in everything what's going on, and I liked how he expressed that usually through enlightenment is either done through yoga or meditation, but he talks about how the GANs is actually kind of accelerates that process. And I went, oh, this is making sense. So this is why there's an urgency for us to get out the One Cup, One Life and the Second Cup of Life and get it out there. If anything's going to wake people up, it'll be that on a physical state, and to elevate people on a soul level, we need to pray more or meditate or whatever it is. I was just having a discussion with a girlfriend of mine, and I've been having that urge the last couple of days. So I really feel that we're in a really strong shift real soon. Thank you. Blessings to everybody. I need to get a couple hours sleep myself because I got class in 2 hours here. Okay. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Barbara.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other last thoughts to kind of wrap things up here?
I remember what Jalal saying. Hebrew language, it's half the posted last time in the North American team, the number of Zoom, and what other meeting from the, perhaps Jalal remember better, but it's remember these meetings. And the soul teaching, you say, is posted in the another day, if I remember well.
Soul teachings on Thursday. That private teaching with Marie and the soul teaching is on Thursday now rather than Monday, the way it was before. I'm not sure what time. I forget now.
Just for remember these meetings.
Mm-hmm. And what else do we have coming up in the next couple of days? There must be more Zoom meetings happening as well. Well, in any case, we have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up Thursday at 9 a.m. Central European Time, as per usual. And of course, the One Nation, One Race for World Peace coming up next week. That'll be on Tuesday. So I see there's a link there of Tons presentation. Thank you, Jefferson, for posting that. Maybe I'll put that in the other spots here as well.
Rick, it's Dean again here. Can I just say that all these teachings and lessons, all the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, Mr. Keshe's teachings, your teachings, everybody's, they're all, in a way, they're all prayers and mantras. They're all connection to that beautiful connection to the plasma cloud that we're building above and around us, you know, that's encompassing everything. So every time we connect with each other and with the planet and with everybody else and with our thoughts and intentions, we're creating, we're doing these, as we said with Marinez and the lady just spoke, sorry, Barbara, they are prayers. We are healing and helping and connecting the whole planet, and then across further out into the unicos. We are, you know, the planets, they're beings, they have a soul. We have a soul. We are connected. Jalal said, we're all one, we are connected all the time. So it's just a thought and an intention. And as long as it's in balance and you have that yin and yang, whatever you want to call it, the torus flux, the fields, however you want to explain it, we are creating this new reality, and we're creating that beauty all around us right now with our thoughts and intentions. And I'd like to thank all of you, each of you, as a collective and individually. Thank you for your very, very beautiful souls. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, very good, Dean. Thanks. Okay, I think that'll wrap it up for today's Plasma group. Thank you, everybody, for attending today's Keshe Plasma Reactor group for Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. It's been another romp around the universe, and we've touched on a variety of topics that are somehow all connected. And it's been a lot of fun, and I invite you to put together your own little presentation, if you would like, on some of your ideas and experiences or concepts, and present it to us here so that we can all have a look and interact with it. So thanks to everyone, and see you next time around.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.